You think you could survive ancient Rome? Picture this, you're standing barefoot in a mosquito-infested swamp. The air stinks. The mud clings to your ankles like it has something to say. Around you, barely stitched huts lean crookedly in the fog. Somewhere in the distance, a goat bleats like it just witnessed a tax increase. No paved roads, no running water, no Google Maps. Just mud, fire, and the delusion of men who believed they could tame chaos. Now, before we dive into this century-spanning odyssey, take a moment, if you genuinely enjoy stories like this, to like the video and subscribe. And let me know in the comments, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it right now? Go ahead, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get comfortable, because tonight you're not just learning history, you're entering it. This isn't just about emperors, wars, or crumbling marble. It's about power, pride, absurdity, sewage systems, flying geese, and how a civilization built on order still managed to collapse from within. In this journey, nearly 5.5 hours long, you'll witness a wolf-raised boy who murders his brother and names a city after himself. A republic born not out of peace, but out of blood and scandal. A general who crosses the Alps with elephants because why not? And a government so terrified of kings they accidentally created emperors. Rome didn't fall in a day. It rotted from within. One ambition, one betrayal, one tax policy at a time. This is not a lecture, it's a warning. So yes, this is where it all begins, not with marble or myth, but with mud, myth, and misfits. Let's go back to that first smoky fire on the banks of the Tiber, where the smell was foul, the gods were silent, and a few half-starved settlers looked out across the swamp and saw possibility. Where it all begins. Our story begins where most wouldn't dare to look, in the mud, in the myth, in the mess. This is where the foundations of Rome were accidentally, violently, and almost comically laid. The swamps of Tiber and the first huts. Before it became an empire, before marble columns and imperial decrees, before Latin thundered through courts and legionaries marched beneath crimson standards, Rome was just a smell. A wet, lingering, deeply unpleasant smell. You're barefoot in the mud, not the cozy garden variety mud, but marshland muck, deep, greenish-brown, and unapologetically alive. It squelches with each step, as if trying to reclaim your feet. Around you, reeds swaying lazily, insects buzzing with menace, and the sluggish Tiber River winding like a half-asleep serpent across the land. It is, to put it mildly, not promising. It's 753 BCE, or thereabouts. No one back then was carving calendars yet, and right now, Rome doesn't exist, not even as a whisper. All that lies here is a soggy, mosquito-ridden patch of land ringed by 7 humble hills. No monuments, no walls, no senate, no soldiers, no sense of destiny. Just a few scattered huts made of sticks, straw, and a little too much hope. But even here, in this unremarkable misery, something stirs. A handful of sun-wrinkled settlers trudge through the mire, their clothing little more than damp wool rags. They carry spades and woven baskets, digging makeshift ditches to drain the water, or at least convince it to leave. They cook barley over low fires, swat flies with frustration, and mutter about spirits in the reeds. You wouldn't blame them. If ever there was a place that felt haunted, this was it. Yet in this desolation lies the seed of something strange and wildly ambitious. We're told the founding of Rome began with legend. Twin brothers, Romulus and Remus, abandoned at birth, suckled by a she-wolf, raised by shepherds. Eventually, as all good mythic siblings do, they argue. The fight ends with Romulus killing Remus and claiming the hill for himself. He draws a sacred line in the dirt, declares it a city, and anyone who dares cross it, like, say, your twin brother, pays the ultimate price. It's myth, of course, but myth matters, because people believed it, and what people believe is often more powerful than what's true. Historians still argue whether there ever was a real Romulus, whether the she-wolf was an animal or, more likely, a nickname for a kindly prostitute, whether Rome began as a divine calling or just a well-placed mud hut with good trade access. But they all agree on one thing. Something about this patch of land drew people in. Traders, runaways, criminals, freed slaves. It wasn't bloodlines that built Rome. It was misfits. And misfits, once gathered, become something more. You sit by the fire, the smoke curling into the damp night. The pot bubbles with garlic and grain. A dog sniffs your leg. And for a moment you realize this isn't a village, it's a sponge. Rome absorbs everything: ideas, gods, styles, languages. It doesn't invent so much as it rebrands. The early Latins borrowed from their neighbors with such shameless enthusiasm, it's a miracle they didn't trademark it. Need a god? Borrow from the Greeks. Need an alphabet? Tweak one from the Etruscans. Want a fashion statement? Congratulations, your toga was probably stolen from some coastal fisherman. Even Rome's name may have been lifted from an older word meaning strength, or perhaps river, or possibly mud. This was not a place founded on purity. It was founded on persistence. As more tribes settle, Etruscans to the north, Sabines to the east, Greeks to the south, this muddy little outpost starts to matter, not because it's strong, because it's stubborn. It survives by adapting, by copying, by saying yes to everything, then polishing it until it shines like marble. Rome is not yet powerful, but it's magnetic. It begins to pull in people and ideas, customs and crops, rituals and recipes, and slowly, imperceptibly, huts become houses, marshes become fields, paths become roads. Rome is learning to walk on wobbly, mud-caked legs. It is still dark, still dangerous, still deeply flawed. But it is here. And if history has taught us anything, it's that the ugliest beginnings often lead to the most unforgettable stories. So, before we move on, before gods are renamed and kings rise and fall, take one last look around. The swamp still stinks. The goats are still confused. But in the flickering firelight, you can just make out the shape of something new. A city not yet born, but already dreaming. Coming up, a wolf, a murder, and how myth becomes memory. The legend of Romulus and the roots of Roman identity. In the world where history and legend frequently wrestle for dominance, few stories have survived with as much blood, beauty, and absurdity as the tale of Romulus and Remus. We're now at the edge of the swamp where Rome's memory begins to take form, not through records or ruins, but through storytelling. It starts, as all great origin stories do, with abandonment. Twin boys born to a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia, herself a pawn in a royal power struggle. Their father? Possibly Mars, the god of war. Or maybe just an opportunistic soldier. Depends on who you ask. Either way, these infants represented a threat to the ruling king, so they were ordered to be drowned in the Tiber. But the Tiber, like all good narrative devices, had other plans. Instead of sinking into oblivion, the twins were carried by the current and deposited gently onto the riverbank. Enter the she-wolf, a creature that has since become the unofficial mascot of Rome. According to the story, she found the boys, suckled them like her own cubs, and kept them alive until a shepherd named Faustulus discovered them and took them home. Pause for a moment. Let's appreciate the elements here. Royal betrayal, divine parentage, attempted infanticide, animal savior. This isn't a simple foundation myth, it's narrative alchemy. It blends heroism with hardship, survival with savagery. It says Rome wasn't born clean, it was born hungry, orphaned, and raised by wilderness. Romulus and Remus grow up bold and brash like all good mythic heroes. They lead gangs of shepherds, steal cattle, challenge authority. Eventually, they learn the truth of their origins, overthrow the king who tried to kill them, and set out to build a city of their own. Here's where it gets awkward. The twins can't agree on where the city should be. Romulus likes one hill, Remus another. They argue, they insult each other. And then Romulus begins marking the sacred boundary of what will become Rome. Remus mocks the line, and Romulus kills him. Just like that. One brother, one murder, one city. Now, let's be clear, this is not a Hallmark origin story. There are no hugs, no reconciliations. The founding act of Rome is fratricide. A brother's blood soaks into the soil before the first stone is ever laid. And that, perhaps, tells you more about Roman culture than any scroll or statue ever could. Because the Romans weren't sentimental about power. They believed in fate, in order, in strength, even when it meant sacrifice. The story of Romulus says this city was not built on kindness, it was built on control. But here's the twist. Despite the murder, despite the myth's brutality, it worked. Romulus became the first king. He created laws, gathered misfits from neighboring tribes, and even orchestrated the infamous rape of the Sabine women, an event both horrific and strategic, depending on whether you're reading Livy or looking through modern eyes. He didn't just build a city, he manufactured an identity. Tough, pragmatic, unflinching. And the story stuck. Generations of Romans clung to it, not just because it was dramatic, but because it made them feel inevitable. Rome wasn't soft, it wasn't perfect, but it was destined, and destiny for the Romans was rarely gentle. Even the she-wolf became symbolic. Was she a literal animal or a coded reference to a woman of ill repute? Ancient Latin used the same word, lupa, for both. In either case, the implication is the same. Rome was not born of refinement. It was forged in desperation. That became a point of pride. So, when people tell you Rome was built on law and order, remind them it was first built on myth and murder. And when you walk past the statues, the columns, the grand forums, know that beneath it all is a story about two brothers, one boundary line, and the kind of ruthlessness that built an empire. Coming up next, how a swamp-born tribe blended stolen gods, local customs, and a wild survival instinct into one of history's most fascinating cultural cocktails.
Chaos into culture, belief, ritual, and identity in the Latin hills. If Rome began in myth, it survived in meaning. Because building a city isn't just about bricks or borders, it's about stories people agree to believe. So what happens after the swamp dries a little, the huts stand a little firmer, and the murder of a twin brother becomes city lore? You need something more than fear. You need culture. You need gods. You need an identity that binds the misfits together before they tear each other apart. Early Rome, if you can call it Rome yet, was a cultural collage stitched together from neighboring tribes. The Latins were one part of it, but they weren't alone. Etruscans from the north, Sabines from the east, Greeks from the south, all left their fingerprints on the infant city. It was messy, it was volatile, it was exactly what Rome needed. They began with gods, of course, but not the cleanly packaged Olympians you might remember from school. The earliest Roman deities were vague, unnamed forces. There was no Jupiter yet, no Mars in shining armor. Instead, they had noumena, shapeless spirits that hovered in trees, rivers, thresholds. Everything had a presence. Every act required a ritual. Even sneezing might need divine permission. The result? A culture drenched in ritual but starved for narrative. Enter the Etruscans. These mysterious neighbors weren't just Rome's frenemies, they were cultural engineers. They gave Rome everything from augury, reading bird patterns for divine messages, to urban planning, from gladiatorial games to the very word Rome itself, if some linguists are to be believed. They had a flair for spectacle, a love of order, and a belief that the gods could be bargained with, if you knew the proper ceremony. The Romans absorbed all of it, and twisted it into something uniquely theirs. Take the Roman approach to religion. It wasn't about worship, it was about transaction. Do the ritual right, say the correct words, and the gods owe you. Do it wrong, and the contract is void. Divine favor became a negotiation, not a prayer. This wasn't faith, it was politics in the sky. Even the calendar began to take shape under these influences. Early Roman months were tied not to cosmic balance or poetic reflection, but to agriculture and warfare. The very first Roman calendar began in March, named after Mars, the god of war, because why not start the year with violence? But culture isn't just gods and calendars, it's also how people see themselves. The early Romans didn't think of themselves as noble, not yet. They saw themselves as survivors, tough, practical, suspicious of luxury. Their heroes weren't demigods with perfect hair. They were farmers who could fight or soldiers who could build. Discipline, endurance, and community meant more than charm or cleverness. This early identity hardened into something remarkable, a city that saw imitation as strength. If another culture had a better god, a better tool, a better tactic, Rome took it, not with shame, but with pride. It was cultural Darwinism, and it made Rome terrifyingly adaptable. Even the Roman language was a stew. Latin borrowed words from Etruscan, Greek, Oscan. The accent may have sounded different from the crisp tones imagined in modern films. It likely varied from street to street, tribe to tribe. But the language stuck because the people using it were building something that demanded cohesion. And so, amid the chaos, something took root. Ritual became rhythm. Belief became behavior. The swamp gave way to settlements. A fractured mass of tribes and cast-offs began to think of themselves as a people, not just a location. They weren't just in Rome anymore. They were Rome. And from that moment on, identity wasn't inherited, it was earned. To be Roman was to adapt, endure, and expand. It meant learning from your enemies, honoring your dead, sacrificing your pride, and, occasionally, murdering your twin if he stood in the way. Coming up next, when Rome turns towards kingship, and how absolute power became the most fragile throne in the world.
Kings and experiments in authority. Let's leave behind the huts, the mud, and the myth, and step into something a little more structured, though not necessarily more stable. Because once Rome found its feet, it needed something else entirely: leadership. Not the kind that earns votes or delivers speeches, but the kind that carves rules into the dirt and dares others to follow. So what do you do when your city is young, half-mythological, and entirely unstable? You invent kings. Not just one, not just a dynasty, but a strange procession of rulers, some wise, some wild, some possibly fictional, each of whom left behind a piece of the puzzle that would become Roman identity. Before the Republic, before the Senate's rise and the emperor's crown, Rome was a monarchy in name and an experiment in everything else. And it begins with three kings who couldn't have been more different: Numa, Tullus, and Ancus. Three blueprints for power. After Romulus vanishes, murdered, deified, abducted by a thunderstorm, depending on your source, Rome needs a new figurehead. Enter Numa Pompilius. He doesn't come from within Rome, but from the neighboring Sabines. And he's not a warrior, he's a priest. Where Romulus was chaos in sandals, Numa is all ritual and reflection. He builds temples, he organizes the priesthood, he teaches the Romans how to talk to their gods without shouting. In Numa's reign, the city exhales. He introduces the Vestal Virgins and the cult of Vesta, goddess of the hearth. He builds the temple of Janus, the god of beginnings and endings, and invents the ritual of closing its doors during peacetime, a symbolic gesture the Romans would almost never perform again. Numa's greatest contribution isn't religion, it's pacing. He slows the city down, just long enough for it to start thinking about what kind of place it wants to become. He gives Rome rhythm, months, festivals, ceremonies. And just like that, the people of mud learn to mark time. But Rome can't meditate forever. Next comes Tullus Hostilis, a 180-degree turn. If Numa was the priest, Tullus is the warlord. He picks fights with nearby cities like he's checking off a to-do list. One of his most famous campaigns is against Alba Longa, a cousin city of Rome. But instead of full-scale war, they agreed to a duel between three brothers from each side, the Horatii versus the Curiatii. It's brutal, it's theatrical, and it ends with Rome triumphant and very few brothers left standing. Tullus doesn't stop there. He raises Alba Longa and brings its elite families, its priests, politicians, and craftsmen into Rome. This isn't just conquest, it's absorption. Rome grows not just by winning, but by merging. Tullus is aggressive, restless, and according to legend, not exactly respectful of the gods. So, naturally, the gods strike him down with a lightning bolt. Whether it's divine wrath or just bad weather, the message is clear: don't skip your sacrifices. Then comes Ancus Marcius, a kind of middle ground. He's part priest, part warrior. Think of him as a fusion of Numa and Tullus, wearing armor over his robe. He expands Roman territory toward the sea, founding the port city of Ostia, a move that will later give Rome access to Mediterranean trade and a naval foothold. But Ancus isn't just about military gain. He starts building infrastructure, bridges, aqueducts, fortifications. Under him, Rome begins to look like a city. Not just a cluster of huts, but a place with walls, roads, and plans. So why do these three matter? Because they establish a pattern, a pendulum of power. Rome doesn't lean permanently toward priest or warrior, builder or conqueror. It swings, it adapts, and most of all, it remembers. Every time the city chooses a path, it leaves a mark. Religious traditions take root from Numa. Expansionist hunger flares from Tullus. Civic ambition rises from Ancus. Even in their mythology, the Romans are preparing themselves for everything: peace and war, faith and pragmatism, culture and conflict. These kings didn't just rule, they taught Rome how to rule itself. It's easy to dismiss these early monarchs as semi-fictional shadows, but fiction or not, their stories mattered, because they gave structure to a city that had none. They helped early Romans answer the most important question any society can ask: what kind of power do we believe in? And with that answer came another. What kind of leader do we fear? Because as we'll see soon, when the wrong man puts on the crown, the city doesn't just lose its direction, it loses its soul.
Tarquin the Proud and the breaking point of monarchy. Every story of monarchy has a final king, the one who holds power just long enough to prove why no one ever should again. For Rome, that man was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus. Even his nickname tells you everything you need to know. Superbus doesn't mean fabulous. It means proud, arrogant. The kind of man who doesn't knock before entering a temple or a marriage, for that matter. But before we exile him, let's understand how he got the throne. Tarquin wasn't Roman by blood. He was Etruscan, part of a powerful, stylish, and slightly mysterious civilization to the north. His father, Tarquinius Priscus, had ruled Rome before, using a mixture of military clout and cultural sophistication to give the city its first major building projects. His grandson, Tarquin the Proud, inherited some of the ambition, none of the tact. His rise to power wasn't noble, it was bloody. He allegedly murdered his father-in-law, Servius Tullius, Rome's sixth king, by throwing him down the Senate steps. Servius, who had tried to bring more equality to Rome's growing population, was beaten to death in the street, his body left for the crows. Tarquin didn't bother with ceremonies. He simply walked into the palace and sat down. His message was clear: I am king because I say so. What are you going to do about it? For a while, nobody did anything, because Tarquin was effective. Cruel, but effective. He waged wars that brought Rome wealth and slaves. He built the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, one of the most grandiose religious structures of its time, on the Capitoline Hill. He completed the Cloaca Maxima, Rome's massive drainage system, which literally cleared the swamp for urban expansion. But while the city grew, the people suffered. Tarquin ruled not through consensus, but through fear. He executed senators who opposed him. He refused to consult the popular assemblies. He crushed dissent with brute force. And unlike Numa's sacred rituals or Uncas's careful diplomacy, Tarquin saw religion as a tool of control, not reverence. His Rome was orderly, but hollow. Then came the moment that shattered everything. It wasn't a battle, it wasn't a tax, it was a crime. Tarquin's son, Sextus Tarquinius, violated Lucretia, a noblewoman known for her virtue and loyalty. After revealing the assault to her husband and father, she took her own life, stabbing herself out of shame and, more importantly, as a statement. Her death wasn't just personal, it was political. In Roman eyes, Lucretia's suicide lit a fuse. Her story spread like fire. And at its center was a symbol. Monarchy, embodied by Tarquin's house, had become corrupt beyond repair. A group of outraged nobles, led by Lucius Junius Brutus, yes, that Brutus, ancestor of the more famous Caesar slayer, rose up. They exiled Tarquin and his family. No trial, no negotiation, just a collective never again. This wasn't just a coup. It was a rebirth. The Romans swore an oath: never again would one man hold supreme power. Never again would a king rule in Rome. So they built a new system, a republic, a clunky, quarrelsome, often contradictory system, but one based on shared power, checks and balances, and a deep, almost paranoid hatred of monarchy. And Tarquin became a ghost. A cautionary tale whispered in every Senate debate, invoked whenever someone seemed a little too comfortable with control. But don't let the final act fool you. Tarquin left behind more than ruins. His reign taught Rome what not to be. It cemented an identity based on resistance. It gave the Republic its emotional engine. And it reminded the people that glory without restraint is just tyranny with good branding. So if you ever wonder why Romans were so obsessed with preventing tyranny, why they built political offices in pairs, why they armed tribunes with vetoes, why even Julius Caesar was assassinated for acting too kingly, it all goes back to one arrogant, brutal man who believed Rome existed to serve him, and one woman whose final act changed history. Up next, Rome tears off its crown, builds a republic, and discovers that freedom, like kingship, is much more complicated than it looks.
Lucretia, Brutus, and the revolution that killed a crown. Revolutions rarely start with speeches. They start with silence, the kind that follows a shock so profound, so unbearably wrong, that people stop believing in the world as it is. Lucretia was not a warrior. She had no army, no office, no title. What she had was something far more dangerous to a corrupt regime: moral authority. The story, as told by Livy and later echoed across centuries of political philosophy, begins with a challenge between soldiers. The Roman princes, sons of Tarquin the Proud, were boasting late one night about whose wife was the most virtuous. Naturally, as men of power often do, they turned their wives into a contest. Sextus Tarquinius, the king's son, visited Lucretia, wife of his cousin Collatinus, and found her not only beautiful but devoted. She was weaving with her servants late at night, fulfilling the Roman ideal of the perfect matron, loyal, modest, industrious. He said nothing, but the next night he returned. What followed was no misunderstanding, no ambiguity. Sextus entered her home, threatened to kill her and frame her for adultery, and raped her. In the cold light of morning, Lucretia summoned her husband and father. She told them everything. Then, without pause or plea, she drew a dagger and drove it into her heart. Lucretia died not because she was ashamed, but because she refused to let shame define her story. And the city listened. What happened next was not immediate revolution, but something more potent: a shared conviction that the monarchy was no longer sacred. Tarquin had built temples, drained swamps, conquered cities, but he had raised a monster. His regime had allowed Sextus to believe he was untouchable, and when that illusion shattered, so did the crown. In the stunned aftermath, a new figure stepped into the light: Lucius Junius Brutus. Until that day, Brutus had played the fool. He was known for dull wit, a quiet presence at court, and an unthreatening demeanor. But Brutus had been biding his time, watching, waiting. Now, with Lucretia's body still warm, he picked up the dagger and held it high. He swore an oath: not to avenge her, not to punish just one man, but to destroy kingship altogether. The Romans gathered in the Forum. Word spread like wildfire. Rage crackled in the air. And just like that, Brutus led the first true uprising in Roman history. Tarquin and his family were expelled. Their name was cursed, their legacy erased. There was no bloody civil war, no drawn-out negotiations. The system simply collapsed under the weight of its own rot. What replaced it was something radically new: a republic. In theory, a government without kings, governed by elected officials, checked by law, driven by shared power. But let's be clear, this wasn't democracy. It wasn't liberty for all. The republic was still run by aristocrats. Power flowed through patrician veins, but it was no longer absolute, and that mattered. The offices of power were split in twos, 2 consuls instead of 1 king. Each could veto the other. Terms were limited. The Senate gained teeth. Assemblies became louder. And in the background always was the memory of Lucretia, a silent guardian against the return of tyranny. Brutus himself became one of the first consuls. Alongside Collatinus, Lucretia's husband, they tried to walk the impossible line between grief and governments. It wasn't elegant,
It wasn't perfect, but it was real. And to cement the moment, a new Roman ritual emerged. Every year, the people would reenact the exile of the Tarquins, reminding themselves that kings were not just gone, but unwelcome forever. So yes, Lucretia died by her own hand, but she also killed a king, not with violence, but with truth. And in doing so, she gave birth to one of history's most resilient political systems, not because it was pure, but because it remembered what power can do when it goes unchecked. Rome, now a republic, had taken its first breath. But like all first breaths, it came with a cry and the weight of everything still to come.
A republic is born, freedom, but not for everyone. So the king is gone, the crowd in the forum is cheered, the oath has been sworn, and the bloodline of Tarquin has been cast into exile. The republic is here. But before you imagine triumphal music and olive wreaths of justice, let's pause. Because while monarchy dies fast, resentment dies slow. Rome's new republic wasn't built on harmony. It was built on trauma, on the memory of a woman who died to make a point, and the fury of men who realized they'd been passengers on a tyrant's ride for too long. They didn't rise up to create equality. They rose up to create distance from the crown, from the abuse, and from the fear of being ruled by one man ever again. And so, Rome's second birth begins, not as a clean slate, but as a complex, clumsy system full of mistrust, ambition, and the deeply Roman fear of power falling into the wrong hands. The first consuls, and a republic built on resentment. After the monarchy's fall, Rome didn't turn to a president or a council. It turned to two men, the consuls. One of them was Brutus, the man who led the revolution, the man who held the dagger that killed the crown. The other was Collatinus, Lucretia's husband, a nobleman tied by grief and blood to the uprising. But even this pairing was messy. Brutus came from a family long sidelined by monarchy. He had burned with quiet fury for years. Collatinus, on the other hand, was still a Tarquin by name, and in a city that just purged that name from its future, his presence was a problem. The people demanded he resign. He did. That's how fragile the Republic was in its infancy. One wrong name, one wrong memory, and your legitimacy vanished. So what exactly was a consul? Each year, two consuls were elected to lead. They shared power. They could veto each other. They commanded armies, presided over courts, convened the Senate. But they only ruled for a year. No re-election in succession, and absolutely, under circumstance, were they to be called kings. Even the symbols of their power were carefully balanced. They carried the fasces, bundles of rods and an axe, representing unity and authority. But inside Rome's sacred boundary, the axe was removed. No blood could be shed in the city. It was theater with consequences. But don't mistake this for democracy. These consuls were elected by the Comitia Centuroria, an assembly that favored the wealthy. Votes were weighted by property, meaning the richest voices were the loudest. The vast majority of Romans, plebeians, laborers, farmers, had little say in who led them. This wasn't government by the people. It was government by the privileged. And yet, it was progress, because unlike a monarchy, power here could shift. Corruption still existed, ambition still burned, but now it had to navigate law. It had to wear a mask. The Republic created lanes, procedures, rituals. It taught Rome to fear consolidation and to glorify balance. It also taught the elite one powerful lesson. You can protect your interests better when you share just enough power to prevent a mob. Brutus himself became a tragic symbol of that balance. In the first year of the Republic, his own sons were caught conspiring to restore the monarchy. There was no debate. Brutus ordered their execution. No fatherly speeches, no second chances, just public justice. Cold, uncompromising, Roman. His act stunned the city. Some saw him as heroic, the ultimate servant of the state. Others saw a man so enslaved to ideology that he would kill his children for a constitution barely a year old. Either way, Brutus was making a point. No man, not even himself, stood above the Republic. And yet, behind the rituals, the vetoes, the speeches, a tension brewed. Because this Republic, this system born in rage and reborn in law, was still ruled by aristocrats. The plebeians, the common folk, were expected to cheer from the sidelines. They were told, yes, we got rid of the king. Yes, we share power now. But don't ask to hold any of it. You're lucky to be free. But freedom without a voice, without food, without land, that's just silence in a prettier costume. The Republic had been born, but the people who needed it most were still waiting to be heard. And soon, they'd stop waiting.
The plebeian revolt, Aventine Hill, and the birth of the tribunes. If the Republic was supposed to be the answer, for many Romans it felt more like a riddle. The kings were gone, yes. The consuls wore togas instead of crowns, shared power instead of hoarding it, and bowed to the rule of law, or at least pretended to. But if you were a plebeian, a farmer, a craftsman, a tradesman, you might have wondered what exactly had changed. Because the Senate? Still patrician. The laws? Still written by aristocrats. The power? Still tucked neatly into the hands of families with land, lineage, and legacies older than the Republic itself. And plebeians? They were expected to fight in wars, pay taxes, and clap politely from the cheap seats. Rome had traded one ruling class for another, and the streets knew it. By the early 5th century BCE, the tension had become unbearable. Economic crisis had swept through the city. Farmers returned from war to find their land taken, debts piled up. Many plebeians were thrown into prison, or worse, into slavery, not by invaders, but by fellow Romans. And so the question emerged, how long can a republic ignore its own people before it ceases to be a republic at all? The answer came not through negotiation, but through a strike, a walkout, one of the first recorded acts of mass civil disobedience in Western history. The plebeians left. They marched out of the city, not in rage, but in refusal. They ascended the Aventine Hill, one of the 7 great hills of Rome, and camped there, not to attack, not to burn, but to withdraw their labor, their loyalty, their lives. If Rome wanted their service, it had to start offering justice. This event, known as the secession of the plebs, shook the Republic to its bones. The Senate, for all its pride and prejudice, realized something dangerous. A city without its workers, without its soldiers, cannot survive. So they caved, partially. They allowed the creation of a new office, the tribune of the plebs. At first glance, it might seem minor, just a few representatives elected by plebeians with the power to protect them from unjust laws and advocate on their behalf. But this was revolutionary. The tribunes were legally sacrosanct. To harm one was not just a crime, it was sacrilege. They could veto decisions by consuls, propose laws, and eventually wield enormous influence in the Roman political system. And they weren't patricians. They were one of them. In short, the plebeians had carved out a space for themselves, not out of charity, but out of necessity. And yet, even this was no panacea. The Republic didn't suddenly become equal. The patricians didn't stop manipulating elections, hoarding land, or writing laws in their own interest. The tribunes had to fight tooth and nail for every scrap of progress. And the Aventine would be climbed again in future crises, more than once. But something fundamental had shifted. Rome had been forced to acknowledge its fracture lines. The Republic, for all its pomp, was not a seamless unity.
It was a battleground of interests, a delicate truce between classes where the loudest voice wasn't always the richest one. The tribunes became the pulse of popular pressure. When a law threatened the people, they shouted. When a consul overstepped, they stood in the way, literally placing their bodies between the crowd and the swords. They were often hated, ridiculed, even assassinated, but they were never ignored. And in time, this awkward compromise between patrician pride and plebeian pressure gave rise to something Rome had never seen before, a sense of shared stakes. Not equality, not justice, but the idea that power could be checked, not just by procedure, but by presence. There's a reason why the word tribune still echoes in politics today. It was born not from generosity, but from protest. From people who walked away from power until power came looking for them. So, the next time someone tells you Rome was all marble and myth, remind them of the mud on Aventine Hill, where the commoners of the Republic laid down the foundation for resistance, not with swords, but with silence, and made the city listen.
Is this democracy? The great Roman misunderstanding. Rome loved to call itself a republic, res publica, the public thing. It loved its rituals, its elections, its assemblies. It cherished the appearance of balance, of law, of shared responsibility. But was it a democracy? Not exactly. To understand why, we need to peel back the ceremonial layers and look at what actually happened when decisions were made. Yes, Rome had elections. Citizens gathered in assemblies, raised hands, cast votes. But these votes weren't equal, not even close. The voting system was weighted by wealth. The more property you owned, the more influence your vote carried. And because the rich voted first, most decisions were effectively settled before the poor even had a chance to speak. This wasn't one person, one vote. It was 1 acre, 1 advantage. And those without land, without lineage, they were still expected to serve in war, to pay tribute, to obey the laws, just not to write them. The Senate, Rome's most powerful body, wasn't elected at all. It was a council of elders, composed entirely of aristocrats. Membership was for life. Its decisions weren't technically binding, but they carried the force of tradition, and in Rome, tradition was as good as law. Even the vaunted tribunes elected by plebeians were often co-opted by patrician influence. Some were genuine firebrands, champions of the poor. Others were quiet appointees, selected to ensure nothing too radical ever reached the Senate steps. The Republic functioned more like an oligarchy in costume, layered with pageantry, buffered by rhetoric, but ultimately structured to protect privilege. And yet, it worked. Not perfectly, not fairly, but it worked. Because the Republic was never about equality. It was about containment, of power, of ambition, of chaos. The Romans didn't believe in empowering everyone. They believed in keeping any one man from seizing everything. They feared kings more than they loved liberty. That's why every office had a mirror. 2 consuls, 2 censors, multiple praetors. Veto power, term limits, rotating posts. Every check came with a counterbalance. It was government by distrust. No one climbed too high without someone else holding the rope. Rome's genius wasn't in inventing democracy. It was in engineering distrust into its very bones. That's why the Republic lasted. Not because it gave everyone a voice, but because it made sure no one voice could drown out the others. Not for long, not without a fight. But this system came with a cost. Gridlock, frustration, endless factional battles, a city forever teetering on the edge of civil unrest. It held together not with harmony, but with tension, and as the stakes grew, so did the strain. Rome, in this early age, was less an ideal than an experiment,
an unstable equilibrium between aristocrats terrified of tyranny and commoners demanding not revolution but recognition. And still, from the outside, it looked like freedom. Because compared to kingship, compared to absolute rule, the Republic was dazzling. It gave Rome resilience, flexibility, and an identity that could adapt, survive, and absorb everything in its path. And the world noticed. Other cities began to mimic Roman structure. Foreign leaders adopted Roman language. Enemies feared not just the Roman army, but the Roman idea that you could govern without a king and still command an empire. But inside the city, something was still off, because a system built to resist tyranny is not the same thing as a system built for justice. That misunderstanding would echo through centuries. Philosophers would call Rome the blueprint of freedom. Historians would praise its republican virtues. But the people in the streets knew better. Rome wasn't democratic. It was defensive. And that defense, while powerful, was never enough to heal the fractures at its core. Because the Republic was always at war, with kings, with enemies, with itself. And sometimes, the most dangerous war is the one you wage to protect what you refuse to share.
The Republic had found its rhythm. Just enough law to claim order, just enough representation to avoid collapse. But beneath the rituals and reforms, one truth remained. A city divided by class will always argue over control. And in Rome, control came wrapped in words. If war had given Rome its borders, law would give it its shape. Because when power is no longer held by kings or tribes or brute force alone, it must hide inside something quieter, something permanent. Welcome to Rome's next great experiment: law, society, and the power of the written word. The 12 Tables and the birth of Roman law. There's a moment in every civilization where the rules stop being rumors. Before the 12 Tables, Rome was governed by tradition, by custom, memory, and the selective recall of men in power. Laws were not written. They were recited, interpreted, and more often than not, twisted to suit the privileged. Justice, in other words, lived in the mouths of patricians, and the plebeians were tired of it. Imagine being told you broke a law you never saw, being dragged into court where the judge is your landlord's cousin and the crime is something only a senator's uncle understands. That was early Republican Rome. Law was not protection, it was mystique, and mystique is power. By the mid-5th century BCE, the pressure for transparency had become impossible to ignore. The plebeians, having already won the tribunes, wanted something more radical. A fixed set of laws, publicly displayed, immune to manipulation. The patricians resisted. Of course they did. An unwritten law is a flexible law. But the Republic had grown too fragile. Civil unrest loomed. So they agreed. Partially. A commission of 10 men was appointed, the Decemviri. Their task? To travel, research, study foreign legal systems, particularly the Greeks, and draft a code of Roman law that would be published for all citizens to see. The result was the 12 Tables, a document that would become the bedrock of Roman legal tradition and, eventually, influence Western jurisprudence for over 2 millennia. Etched onto bronze tablets and displayed in the Roman Forum, the laws covered everything, from debt and property to marriage, burial rights, and criminal punishment. They weren't fairness, but they were form. And form matters. The very act of writing law was a shift in the psychology of power. Rome was saying, this is who we are and these are our boundaries. It meant that behavior could be predicted, punishment could be questioned, rights, however few, could be named. and names have gravity. But the 12 tables also revealed Rome's contradictions. They codified justice and inequality. For example, plebeians and patricians could not intermarry. A creditor could legally chain a debtor, or even sell him into slavery if payments weren't made. A father could kill his son under certain conditions. Law was public, but it still bent toward the powerful. Still, this moment marks the beginning of something profound. Rome had turned the invisible into stone. The city that began in myth had now declared with chisel and bronze that order was no longer just a hope, it was policy. And in doing so, it laid the foundation for everything that would come later: civil law, property law, even the idea that states must be accountable to their own rules. It wasn't perfect, but it was permanent. And permanence in a republic built on tension was a kind of miracle. So the next time someone quotes the rule of law, remember this: it didn't start with fairness. It started with fear, and with a people who refused to be judged by shadows.
Law as a weapon. Protection or suppression? Laws are supposed to protect people, but in Rome, they often protected power first. After the 12 tables were etched into bronze and nailed to the public eye, Rome congratulated itself. It had made the law visible, predictable, stable. But stable for whom? Because what emerged after the 12 tables wasn't a republic marching toward equality. It was a system learning how to wield rules like blades. The patricians understood quickly: if you can't rule by fear, rule by formula. If swords make martyrs, let parchment make prisoners. They mastered the art of using legality to reinforce hierarchy. For example, one table dictated that a debtor who failed to pay could be shackled publicly for up to 60 days. If no one paid his debt or ransomed him, he could be sold into slavery, not from foreigners, by fellow Romans, and not in secret. It was law. Another table forbade marriage between patricians and plebeians. This wasn't just snobbery, it was genetic strategy. By outlawing cross-class unions, Rome ensured that wealth and office stayed in the same hands. The law wasn't preserving morality, it was preserving monopoly. Even the structure of trials favored the elite. Judges and legal advocates were patricians, trained from youth in rhetoric and precedent. Plebeians, meanwhile, were often illiterate, with no legal education and no access to counsel. If they stood in court, they stood alone. The tribunes were open. The outcomes were not. And yet it all appeared legal. That was Rome's brilliance and its danger. Law gave injustice a costume. It made inequality look like order. A starving farmer could be evicted, chained, and sold, and the Senate would simply point to Table 3 and shrug. It wasn't oppression, they'd say. It was protocol. This legalism extended into every corner of society. Religious rights, inheritance, land ownership, all encoded, all weaponized. And because laws were now fixed, they could be enforced without conversation. Interpretation gave way to application. The law said it. That ended the debate. Or so they thought. Because the plebeians weren't blind. They had won the tribunes, they had won the 12 tables, and now they wanted more. They began pushing for access to priesthoods, for reform of debt laws, for marriage rights, for land redistribution. Every gain was met with patrician resistance, and every resistance sharpened the plebeian resolve. Law had become the new battlefield. This culminated in one of the most significant political reforms of the early Republic, the Lex Canuleia, passed in 445 BCE, which finally legalized marriage between patricians and plebeians. The patricians howled. They warned of polluted bloodlines, dishonored ancestors, social collapse. Rome survived, not because it compromised, but because it was forced to evolve. Still, every legal victory was partial.
For every law that opened a door, there were 3 more guarding the gate. Plebeians could marry up, but still couldn't hold the consulship. They could serve in the army, but often without land to come home to. And yet the pattern was clear. Law was no longer just a tool of control. It was a language of resistance. Tribunes began proposing new laws through the Concilium Plebis, an assembly of plebeians. At first, these laws applied only to plebeians. But in time, through relentless negotiation and clever political maneuvering, these laws gained the power to bind all Romans. And with that, the plebeians flipped the script. What had once been a weapon against them became a tool they could use. But this didn't make the Republic fair. It made it flexible. Rome's legal system didn't erase class conflict. It absorbed it. It turned protest into policy, not to fix the problem, but to slow the explosion. In doing so, Rome created something unique, a legal structure that could expand under pressure without cracking. And that's why Roman law endured, not because it was just, but because it was built to bend, just enough to hold. So was Roman law protective or suppressive? The answer, of course, is yes. It was both. It protected power and, slowly, through relentless struggle, it began to protect people too. But only if they knew how to fight with it.
When knowledge is power, who controls the law controls the city. By now the laws of Rome were no longer myths. They had names, numbers, bronze plaques, and public rituals. But just because a law is public doesn't mean it's understood. And in ancient Rome, knowing the law was almost as powerful as writing it. And that knowledge was guarded tightly. For most of the early Republic, the people who interpreted the law were the pontifices, a patrician priestly class that doubled as legal experts. They knew when court dates should be set, how rituals were to be conducted, and what precedent applied where, and they did not share freely. Imagine if your judge, your lawyer, your notary, and your astrologer were the same person, and he hated your family. That was Roman legal life for the average plebeian. The law was written, yes, but interpretation, timing, process, that stayed with the elite. The result? A system that was transparent in theory, but opaque in practice, like publishing a rule book in Latin to a crowd who only speaks Etruscan. This wasn't accidental. The patricians had learned an important trick. Even if you lose the battle for laws, you can still win the war of access. The 12 tables gave structure. The tribunes gave voice. But the procedure, the real levers of application, remained behind aristocratic curtains. For example, the calendar itself, crucial for scheduling legal proceedings, was controlled by the pontifices. Only they knew which days were legally active, when courts could operate, when contracts could be signed. A priest could delay your trial for weeks or years simply by declaring a sacred holiday. Control the calendar, control the courtroom. This monopoly on legal knowledge became so egregious that it sparked another civil push. By 304 BCE, a former slave named Gnaeus Flavius, working as a scribe for a pontifex, secretly copied down the calendar of legal days and published it for the public. This act, simple, administrative, almost clerical, was revolutionary. It tore the veil off Roman law. It told the plebeians in plain terms when they could seek justice. It didn't change the laws, but it changed the relationship to power, because now everyone knew when the doors to justice opened and when they were being slammed shut on purpose. And Rome never went back. This moment marks a critical evolution in the Republic. It wasn't just about what was legal, it was about who got to know it. Because in Rome, as in so many other systems before and after, knowledge was gatekeeping. The elite didn't always win by writing the rules, they won by making sure only they could read them. But the Flavian calendar, like the 12 tables before it, changed that dynamic. It introduced a new idea, that access to law must be shared or law becomes tyranny in marble robes. Over time, this philosophy spread. Legal education became more common. Legal advisors, scribes, and jurists emerged as public figures. Rome developed schools of thought on law, from Stoic-influenced moralists to hard-nosed pragmatists. The law became not just a code, but a conversation. Still, the patricians didn't fade. They adapted. Many became lawyers themselves, masters of oratory, bending law with language rather than secrecy. They stopped hiding the rules, they started owning the debate. And thus the Republic entered a new phase of legal sophistication, one that would birth not just justice, but jurisprudence. But the lesson remains. Power doesn't always wear a crown or carry a sword. Sometimes it wears a robe, carries a scroll, and smiles while you sign away your future on a line you can't read. Rome had created a system where knowledge and power were entwined, where knowing the law meant surviving it. And for those who didn't, well, there were always the holidays.
Rome had written its laws, published its calendar, pried open the doors of knowledge. But even with every table of bronze and scroll of rules, there was one truth no statute could erase. Power still moved in boots. Because law may hold a city together, but it's war that makes it grow. And in Rome, war wasn't just about survival anymore. It was strategy, it was structure. It was how a republic became a rising superpower. This is how Rome learned to expand, methodically, relentlessly, and how its system of war built a system of control. Expansion and the architecture of power, war, allies, and spoils. From defense to domination, Rome's system of allied control. In the early days, Rome's wars were reactionary. Tribes invaded, and Rome repelled. Cities encroached, and Rome pushed back. It was a cycle of fear and retaliation. But something shifted after the fall of the kings and the rise of the Republic. Rome stopped reacting. It started planning. One of the most brilliant, underappreciated innovations of early Republican strategy wasn't a military tactic. It was a diplomatic one, the socii system. Rome didn't conquer by erasing cities. It conquered by absorbing them into a web of unequal but functional alliances. These weren't just treaties, they were contracts, and they came with strings. If you were a defeated city or tribe, Rome didn't always sack you. Instead, it offered terms. You could keep your language, your customs, even some of your laws. In return, you provided soldiers, paid taxes, and never, ever questioned Rome's primacy. It was an empire before the empire, and it worked, because it gave Rome what no other power had at the time: depth. In a battle, Rome wasn't just Rome. It was Rome plus the Samnites, plus the Etruscans, plus a dozen semi-autonomous allies who hated each other more than they hated the Senate. This system had three critical effects. First, it gave Rome near limitless manpower. Most ancient powers collapsed after a few bad battles. Rome kept going, because it always had fresh troops. Even after devastating defeats, it could replenish faster than its enemies could celebrate. Second, it decentralized rebellion. No single allied state had the muscle to defy Rome alone, and because the terms of alliance varied, no two cities shared the same rights. That made unity almost impossible.
The allies didn't trust each other, and that suited Rome just fine. Third, it trained Rome to rule diversity. This is crucial. Rome was learning early, quietly, effectively, how to rule people who didn't look like Romans, pray like Romans, or speak Latin. Instead of resisting difference, Rome began managing it. It didn't need cultural purity, it needed compliance. And for a while, it worked. Rome grew, measured not in marble, but in maps. Its roads stretched farther, its legions camped deeper, its language spread, not as conquest, but as bureaucracy, used in contracts, commands, courtrooms. Latin wasn't beautiful, it was useful, and that made it inevitable. But this system had a shadow. The allies bled for Rome. They fought, they died, they obeyed, but they didn't vote. They had no say in Senate decisions, no representation in lawmaking, no path to citizenship. It was participation without power, and it brewed resentment. Every victory Rome won was paid for in part by people who would never see their names on statues. The socii provided the spine of the army, the grain for the cities, the labor for expansion, and got almost nothing in return. Rome told them they were family, but everyone knew who slept outside. This contradiction between inclusion and exclusion would one day explode into civil unrest, revolts, and reform. But for now, it was ignored because the system worked. And Rome, like any rising power, prioritized function over fairness. Its alliance network wasn't just a web, it was a net, and it kept enemies close, not out of kindness, but so they wouldn't gather strength beyond Rome's reach. Rome hadn't planned to dominate the Italian peninsula. It just kept winning, because it kept learning. And as it did, it turned war into policy, conquest into protocol. The city of 7 hills was no longer defending itself. It was engineering control.
They say necessity is the mother of invention. For Rome, that invention wore sandals and carried a shield. The Samnite Wars and the reinvention of Roman warfare. It began not with conquest, but with conflict, messy, mountainous, brutal, the kind that didn't look good on a map, but would reshape an entire military system. The Samnites weren't foreign invaders. They were Italians, native, fierce, and familiar with the terrain in ways the Romans weren't. They didn't fight in open fields or polished formations. They fought in hills, in forests, in ambushes. Their warriors were agile, independent, and terrifyingly unpredictable. And they forced Rome to evolve. The First Samnite War started in 343 BCE. Rome got involved in a squabble between allies and stumbled into a fight with the most organized non-Roman force on the peninsula. At first, it seemed manageable. Rome won a few battles, signed a treaty, and moved on. But it didn't last. The real test came with the Second Samnite War, beginning in 326 BCE. And this time, it was no skirmish. It was a 20-year grind. At first, Rome floundered. Its traditional tactics, tight formations, rigid chains of command failed in the rugged highlands of Samnium. The Roman legions were trained for flat, open-ground combat. The Samnites didn't play by those rules. In 321 BCE, at the infamous Battle of the Caudine Forks, Rome learned humiliation the hard way. Trapped in a narrow mountain pass, the Roman army was surrounded. No way forward, no way out. The Samnites didn't kill them. They made them surrender and walk, one by one, beneath a symbolic yoke of spears. It was psychological warfare,
and it worked. Rome was shamed. Senators wept. Generals resigned. The Republic, so proud, so powerful, had been humiliated without a single drop of noble blood spilled. But Rome didn't crumble. It recalibrated. What followed was one of the most important military overhauls in Roman history. Rome reorganized its legions. Gone were the purely rigid phalanx tactics copied from the Greeks. In came the manipular formation, a more flexible, three-tiered structure that allowed movement, adaptability, and independent initiative. The legion was now divided into hastati, principes, and triarii, young soldiers in front, veterans in the middle, hardened elites at the back. This wasn't just a structure, it was a philosophy: mobility over mass, initiative over imitation. The manipular system allowed Rome to fight not just better, but smarter. Troops could adapt to terrain, react to flanking maneuvers, and rotate mid-battle. It was the military equivalent of teaching a bear to dance, and Rome danced all the way to the mountains. It also sparked innovations in logistics, better roads, more efficient supply lines, even standardized military camps. Rome wasn't just fighting harder, it was fighting longer. And this mattered because the Samnites didn't give up. The war dragged on, decades of ambushes, sieges, betrayals. But each time, Rome came back, more organized, more ruthless. By the end of the conflict, the Samnites were subdued, their autonomy broken, and Rome had learned two things. First, victory doesn't always go to the strongest. It goes to the side that learns faster. Second, control isn't just taken on the battlefield. It's built after the battle. Because after defeating the Samnites, Rome didn't just move on. It planted colonies, paved roads, fortified trade routes. Every win was followed by infrastructure. Every victory became policy. Every conquered region was stitched into the map like a patch on a growing empire. Rome wasn't just expanding, it was laying foundations. And the manipular legion became its most iconic tool, not because it was the most powerful formation, but because it was Roman, structured, adaptable, resilient. The Samnites faded. Their language disappeared. Their gods were forgotten. But their legacy lived on in the system that beat them. Rome had re-engineered its military from a reactive militia into a professional war machine. And soon, that machine would look south, to richer cities, older civilizations, and an idea even bigger than the Italian peninsula. But before Carthage, before Greece, before empire, there was Samnium, and the mountain warriors who taught Rome to bend before it ever dreamed of ruling the world.
The myths of Roman greatness. What we get wrong about power. By the time Rome had subdued the Samnites, built its roads, and locked down the Italian peninsula, the legend had already begun to outpace the reality. Rome was winning, that much was true. But the way Rome told its story, the way it framed its victories, its values, its vision, wasn't just propaganda. It was mythology disguised as memory. And we still believe it. Let's break a few of those myths. Myth 1. Rome won because it was morally superior. This idea, that Rome stood for order, discipline, family, and divine favor, was baked into every monument and echoed in every speech. Roman writers like Livy and Cicero cast the Republic as a city of virtuous farmers, noble warriors, and stoic senators defending civilization against barbarian chaos. It sounds noble. It also omits a lot of bribery, betrayal, land theft, slavery, and casual mass murder. Rome didn't win because it was purer. It won because it was more organized, more adaptable, and more ruthless in how it absorbed, punished, and repurposed. Its virtues were often aspirational, not actual. It didn't matter if the Roman cause was just. What mattered was that the system could survive the cost. Myth 2. Rome's expansion was inevitable. We like to look at history as a straight line. Rome rises, dominates, declines. But nothing was guaranteed. The early republic almost died multiple times. Civil unrest, famine, military defeat, political standoffs. The only reason Rome survived is because it refused to stop changing. The manipular reforms weren't tradition, they were desperation. The 12 tables didn't emerge from wisdom, they came from riot. The alliance system wasn't genius, it was a workaround for limited manpower. Rome didn't rise because it was destined, it rose because it was restless. And that made it dangerous. Myth 3. Roman greatness was uniform. From the outside, Rome looked unified. Its legions marched in sync. Its cities mirrored each other. Its officials quoted the same laws. But inside, it was a patchwork of tensions. Plebeians and patricians, citizens and allies, Latin speakers and Greek enclaves. Every victory masked a compromise. Every law carried the echo of an argument. Rome was not a machine. It was a negotiation between interests, classes, and ambitions. What made it great wasn't its certainty. It was its capacity to hold conflict without collapsing, at least for a while. Myth 4. Power meant dominance. Here's where modern eyes often miss the mark. Yes, Rome was powerful. It conquered, it taxed, it built roads that still exist. But its real power wasn't in domination. It was in assimilation. Rome didn't just defeat enemies, it recruited them. It made them Romans. Not overnight, not equally, but inevitably. Its real weapon wasn't the sword. It was the census, the tax code, the Latin alphabet. The idea that being Roman meant access, structure, identity. And this idea spread, not because people loved Rome, but because Rome made belonging useful. Power, in the Roman context, wasn't about making others fear you. It was about making them need you. So why does this matter now? Because Rome's image, the triumphal arches, the statues, the endless references in modern politics, still frames how we think about greatness. But the real Rome was never that clean. It was brutal, beautiful, chaotic, clever, often contradictory. And that's what made it real. So the next time someone invokes the glory of Rome, ask them which part. The swamp? The she-wolf? The backroom deals? The borrowed gods? Because Roman greatness wasn't marble and certainty. It was mud and compromise. And that, perhaps, is the most honest legacy of all. By now, Rome was a machine. It had the roads, the laws, the alliances, the armies. It had survived betrayal, civil unrest, and mountainous war. It had conquered much of Italy not through shock and awe, but through persistence and policy. But no amount of roads, rules, or rituals could prepare it for what came next. Because sometimes history doesn't knock. It charges through the mountains on the back of an elephant. Hannibal arrives, Rome's fight to survive. Hannibal and the march over the Alps. To understand Hannibal, you have to forget the movies. Forget the cigar-chomping generals, the cartoon villains. Hannibal Barca was not just brilliant, he was terrifyingly effective, and he knew exactly what he was doing. Born in Carthage, raised on revenge, Hannibal was groomed from childhood to hate Rome. His father, Hamilcar Barca, had fought in the First Punic War, watched Carthage lose Sicily, and made his son swear a blood oath. He would never be a friend to Rome. Hannibal took that promise seriously. By the time he launched the Second Punic War in 218 BCE, Hannibal was already a seasoned commander. But instead of fighting Rome head-on across the Mediterranean like his father had, he did something unthinkable. He marched from Spain to Italy, and not through the coast, through the Alps. It was madness. Over 40,000 men, thousands of horses, 36 war elephants, and terrain that could kill you just by looking at it. But Hannibal wasn't chasing efficiency. He was chasing fear. He knew that showing up where Rome thought no army could pass would rattle the Republic to its core. And it worked. The Alpine crossing was hell. Soldiers froze. Elephants fell into ravines. They faced avalanches, ambushes, starvation. By the time they reached the northern plains of Italy, Hannibal had lost almost half his force. But what remained was hardened by frost, by death, by a commander who refused to turn back. Rome, to its credit, mobilized fast. It sent armies north, ready for a classic engagement. But Hannibal didn't play classic. He began a campaign of psychological and tactical brilliance. He ambushed a Roman army at the Trebia River, forcing them to cross icy waters before attacking. He lured them into traps, used local terrain to his advantage, outmaneuvered and outfought veteran commanders. Then came Lake Trasimene. There, in 217 BCE, Hannibal staged one of the most effective ambushes in ancient military history, pinning the Roman army between lake and hills and destroying it almost entirely. Over 15,000 dead, many more captured. Rome staggered. And Hannibal? He didn't take Rome. He didn't need to. He was bleeding them dry, one victory at a time. His strategy wasn't siege. It was dismantling Rome's confidence, shaking its allies, breaking its reputation, showing the world that Rome could bleed. And bleed it did. But Rome, as we'll see, was not a city that surrendered. Not even when the body count reached numbers too large for mourning. Because Hannibal wasn't done. He was just getting started.
Cannae, the day 60,000 Romans died. Some battles are won with numbers, others with terrain. And then there are the rare few that become eternal, not because of who won, but because of how utterly one side was annihilated. Welcome to Cannae. The year is 216 BCE. Rome has had enough. Hannibal has danced across Italy for 2 years, humiliating their armies, turning their allies, and mocking their power. The Senate, furious and afraid, decides to crush him with overwhelming force. They raise the largest army in Republican history, around 80,000 men. Consuls, tribunes, cavalry, infantry, everyone. 2 commanders lead the force, a classic Roman setup to balance power. Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro. Hannibal, meanwhile, has far fewer troops, about 40,000 men. But what he lacks in numbers, he more than makes up for in insight. He understands Roman pride. He understands their rigidity. And at Cannae, he turns both into weapons. The battlefield lies in southern Italy, near the town of Cannae. Flat, open, perfect for cavalry. The Roman commanders want a frontal assault. They believe in brute force. Press the line, crush the center, win through momentum. Hannibal lets them try. But what the Romans don't realize is that Hannibal has set the stage. He places his weakest troops, Spanish and Gallic infantry, in the center of his formation. They're instructed to give ground slowly. His veterans, meanwhile, are hidden on the flanks. Behind them, his cavalry, which is outnumbered but far more mobile. The battle begins. The Roman legions push forward exactly as expected. The center buckles. It's working. The line breaks. Roman soldiers pour in, eager for a rout. That's when Hannibal springs the trap. As the Romans surge forward, they become packed together, too dense to maneuver, too committed to retreat. At that moment, Hannibal's flanks close in. The trap becomes a circle. Then, his cavalry, having driven off the Roman horsemen, sweeps around the back and seals the ring. It's not a battle anymore. It's an execution. In a matter of hours, over 60,000 Roman soldiers are slaughtered. Some historians place the number even higher. It is one of the deadliest single days in the history of warfare. The scale is staggering. Entire consular armies erased, dozens of senators among the dead, thousands taken prisoner, the Roman line of succession decimated in one sweep. Rome reels. Back in the city, panic sets in. The gates are closed, religious rituals are performed. There are fears Hannibal will march on the capital and end the Republic entirely. But Hannibal doesn't, and that decision has haunted historians ever since. Why didn't he take the city? Some argue he lacked siege equipment. Others believe he wanted to break Rome's alliances before attacking directly. Or perhaps he simply knew Rome was too stubborn to die quickly. Still, Cannae remains his masterpiece. It has been studied for centuries in military academies, strategic manuals, and modern war colleges. The idea of the double envelopment, trapping an enemy on all sides, has become a template for tactical genius. But for Rome, it wasn't strategy. It was trauma. They had lost battles before. They had even lost armies. But Cannae was something darker, something existential. It forced Rome to confront its limits, to admit that discipline, tradition, and sheer numbers were not enough. And yet, Rome did not surrender. That is what makes the Roman story so maddening and so compelling. Because where most nations would sue for peace, Rome rearmed. Where most would assassinate the generals and turn on each other, Rome promoted Fabius Maximus, a man who had previously been mocked for his cautious strategy. Now his approach, avoid direct battle, harass supply lines, exhaust the enemy, suddenly seemed wise. They stopped trying to defeat Hannibal. They started trying to outlast him. Cannae didn't just reshape Roman military doctrine. It reshaped Roman identity. It proved they could absorb a disaster so vast it echoed like myth and still keep fighting. Rome wasn't brave because it didn't bleed. It was brave because it bled and didn't break. And in that blood-soaked field in southern Italy, as the vulture circled and the smoke settled, a new Rome was born. Not arrogant, not naive, but grim, calculating, and terrifyingly durable. The Republic had seen death up close, and now it was ready to return the favor.
Rome strikes back, survival lessons from a broken republic. Cannae should have been the end. Any other city, any other republic would have collapsed under the weight of it. 60,000 dead, 2 consuls gone, an army annihilated, allies defecting, panic spreading, the gods silent. But Rome didn't fall, because Rome, even broken, was relentless. After Cannae, Hannibal expected surrender. He waited. He sent envoys. He offered prisoner exchanges. But the Senate refused. Not out of arrogance, but out of strategy. They knew something Hannibal didn't. Rome's power wasn't just in its armies. It was in its infrastructure, its identity, and its ability to absorb punishment. The city immediately began rebuilding. New legions were raised, some composed of teenagers, some of slaves offered freedom in exchange for service. The armor was mismatched, the training rushed, but Rome was back on the field within weeks. Then came Fabius Maximus. Previously scorned for his cowardly tactics, Fabius had advocated for patience, not battle. After Cannae, Rome embraced his philosophy. They called him cunctator, the delayer, and gave him command. He avoided pitched battles. He cut off Hannibal's supplies. He harassed his foragers, burned fields, poisoned wells. Slowly, methodically, he turned Hannibal's brilliance into isolation. This wasn't glorious, it was grinding. But it worked. Hannibal, meanwhile, had a problem.
He had crushed Roman armies, but not Rome itself. His supply lines were overextended. His reinforcements, especially from Carthage, were slow and limited. His Italian allies were nervous. They had joined him for protection, not an endless war. And the longer he stayed, the more Rome adapted. By 212 BCE, Rome retook Capua, one of the major cities that had defected to Hannibal. The message was clear. Betrayal was temporary. Rome would always return. Then came Spain. Rome sent the Scipio brothers to cut off Hannibal's lifeline, Carthaginian support from the west. It was brutal. Both brothers died, but their legacy lived on in a young general, Publius Cornelius Scipio, later known as Scipio Africanus. Scipio wasn't cautious. He was daring, bold, brilliant in his own right, and he saw what few others did. The best way to beat Hannibal wasn't in Italy, it was in Africa. While Hannibal still roamed southern Italy, Scipio invaded Carthage itself. The city panicked. Hannibal was recalled. After over 15 years on Italian soil, the man who had terrorized Rome was forced to come home. And in 202 BCE, at the Battle of Zama, Scipio defeated Hannibal. Rome had won, but more importantly, it had survived. The Second Punic War didn't just scar the Republic, it hardened it. Canna had taught Rome the limits of pride. Zama showed the world the power of persistence. And the lessons stuck. From that point on, Rome never again faced extinction from the outside. No enemy would breach its heartland for another 600 years. And Hannibal, once the specter of death, became a name Roman children were taught not to fear, but to outlast. So, what did Rome learn? That glory fades, but infrastructure endures. That boldness wins battles, but systems win wars. That you can lose 60,000 men in a single day and still come back stronger. Hannibal was a genius, but Rome was a habit. And habits, when forged in blood and memory, are harder to kill than any army.
Hannibal had come and gone. Rome had survived its greatest external threat, outlasted the unthinkable, and emerged not just victorious, but dominant. But sometimes survival has a price. The legions returned home, their sandals bloodied, their banners heavy with triumph, but what they brought back wasn't just glory. They brought gold. They brought slaves. And they brought the beginning of something Rome couldn't defeat with swords: itself. After the wars, cracks in the Republic. Gold, slaves, and the land after war. Victory always looks clean on a map. Lines move, cities fall, names get carved into history. But back in Rome, behind the marble walls and triumphal arches, victory left a different kind of mark. One written not in honor, but in imbalance. After the Second Punic War, Rome was flush with spoils. Huge sums of wealth flowed in from conquered territories: loot, tribute, trade, bribes. Carthage, once a rival, was now a client. Spain was turning into a mining colony. Sicily and Sardinia filled Roman markets with grain, wine, and oil. And with the goods came people, captured in the tens of thousands. Slaves. Not just laborers, but artisans, tutors, scribes, doctors, entertainers. Men and women with skills and stories turned into property. The Roman elite didn't just welcome this influx, they weaponized it. Landowners began buying up more farmland. But they didn't work it themselves. They replaced free farmers, many of whom had died or gone bankrupt during the wars, with slave labor. It was simple math. Slaves didn't get paid, they didn't organize, they didn't complain to the Senate. The small Roman farmer, once the backbone of the Republic, was being outbid, outproduced, and outlived by a new economic model: conquest capitalism. At the same time, many returning soldiers came home to nothing. Their farms had been abandoned or seized during the war. Their debts had mounted. Some found their land now part of a larger estate. Others found it burned. And when they looked to the Senate for help, they saw only patricians counting coin. Rome was rich, but its people were not. The gap widened. The elite built lavish villas in the countryside, new architecture, imported luxuries, art from across the Mediterranean. Slaves ran the estates, harvested the fields, taught the children. And the plebeians? They flooded into the city, homeless, jobless, and increasingly angry. Rome swelled, the slums thickened, the food lines grew longer, the forum grew louder. Bread became a tool of politics. Grain subsidies became currency. And with every shipment of gold from Spain, a little more of the Republic's soul slipped into silence. This wasn't a collapse. It was a distortion. Rome had defeated Carthage, but in doing so, it had imported its own undoing. Because war had changed Rome's economy, but the laws hadn't caught up. The Republic still functioned like a small city-state. Its institutions weren't built for an empire. And the cracks were spreading, not through invasion, but through inequality. And as we'll soon see, when land, labor, and loyalty are concentrated in the hands of the few, the Republic doesn't need an enemy. It starts tearing itself apart from within.
The disappearance of the Roman farmer and the fall of the middle class. In the myth of early Rome, the ideal citizen was the farmer-soldier. He plowed his land by day, fought Rome's enemies by campaign, then returned home to tend his fields and teach his sons the values of discipline, sacrifice, and duty. He didn't seek power, he served it. He didn't exploit the Republic, he embodied it. But myths, like crops, wither when neglected. And after the Punic Wars, that farmer began to disappear. Not all at once, not in flames, but slowly, steadily, erased by economics, by politics, by policy that praised him in speeches and abandoned him in law. Let's rewind. During Rome's rise, the small freeholder, usually owning a few acres, was the core of both the military and the moral economy. You needed land to serve in the army, and army service in turn defended the land. It was a closed loop: citizenship, property, duty. But long wars broke that loop. A farmer might be away for 5, 10, even 15 years, and while he fought, no one tended his soil. Crops failed, debts mounted, predatory lenders circled. Some returned to find their property seized, their families scattered, or worse, enslaved for failure to repay. And what filled the vacuum? Latifundia. These were massive estates, often owned by patricians or rising equestrians, that gobbled up land left vacant by bankruptcy, death, or political maneuvering. Staffed by slaves and managed like corporations, they could produce more, cheaper, and faster than any peasant ever could. To the Senate, this looked like efficiency. To the Republic, it was erosion. The small farmer had no place in this model. He couldn't compete with unpaid labor. He couldn't afford to buy more land or influence. His only option was to sell, leave, or cling to subsistence, barely surviving on the fringes. And so he migrated. Not to new farms, but to the cities, especially Rome. He brought his tools, his pride, his wounds, and his rage. But the city had no work for him. The crafts were dominated by guilds, the construction by slaves, the bureaucracy by the elite. And the fields he once tilled? Now the property of men he once fought beside. So what did he do? He waited. He lined up for grain. He listened to street orators. He joined political clubs, riot groups, and popular assemblies. The Roman plebs, once proud and productive,
became increasingly dependent, not lazy, not useless, just displaced by a system that glorified their sacrifice but gave them no seat at the table. The Senate noticed, but they didn't act. They were the landlords, after all, and when reformers rose, calling for land redistribution, debt relief, or legal protections, they were branded radicals. Some were silenced, others were killed. The middle class didn't vanish because it was weak. It vanished because it was inconvenient. It demanded a republic that lived up to its ideals. It expected land to be for citizens, not corporations. It assumed service would be rewarded with security. But the new Rome had no time for assumptions. It had provinces to tax, legions to fund, wars to plan. The city of farmers had become a city of financiers. And the people who had once fed the republic now fed its instability. Riots became common. Elections turned violent. Politicians began campaigning not with policies, but with grain handouts and gladiator games. The plebs urbana, the urban poor, became a political weapon, one that could swing votes, threaten elites, and shatter order. And behind it all, a silence. A field once plowed by a citizen soldier, now overrun with weeds. A village once proud of its sons, now empty, abandoned. A republic once balanced by land and loyalty, now tipping slowly towards something darker. This wasn't just an economic collapse. It was an identity crisis. Rome no longer knew who it was supposed to serve. And in that confusion, ambition found its moment. Because when a class dies, something must replace it. And what replaced the Roman farmer wasn't justice, or policy, or reform. It was power, raw, unchecked, and ready to use the discontented masses as a ladder. But that comes later. For now, remember this. Rome didn't fall because the enemy stormed the gates. It cracked because the people who built it could no longer afford to stay.
Why the poor had no land. Land is not just soil. In Rome, it was identity, inheritance, power, and survival. To own land was to belong. To lose it was to disappear. And by the 2nd century BCE, vast numbers of Romans, especially veterans and rural citizens, had disappeared from the land they once called their own. The culprit? A simple word, but a devastating system. Latifundia. At first glance, latifundia were just large estates, massive agricultural operations owned by the ultra-wealthy. But in truth, they were more than that. They were a symptom, a weapon, and a warning. Let's unpack how they came to be and why they swallowed so many lives. It started, as many Roman problems did, with war. Every campaign returned not just with glory, but with loot, slaves, gold, and land. When Rome defeated Carthage and expanded into Spain, Sicily, and Africa, it didn't just claim new territory, it privatized it. Public land, ager publicus, was often leased out to wealthy Romans at absurdly low prices. Technically, this land belonged to the state. In practice, it became the foundation of latifundia. And who worked that land? Slaves. Tens of thousands of them captured in war, shipped to the Italian countryside, and forced to labor endlessly on grain, olives, grapes, and livestock. They didn't need wages. They didn't need rights. They didn't need homes. They just needed chains. And Rome had plenty. Compare that to a small freeholder. A citizen farmer had to pay taxes, buy tools, feed a family, miss a season to serve in the legions, compete with slave-run farms that could sell cheaper and scale faster. It wasn't a fair fight. It wasn't even a fight. So what happened? The freeholders sold out, or they were crushed by debt, or their land was absorbed by neighbors with more wealth and better Senate friends. Some moved to the cities. Others joined colonies abroad. A few became squatters on land they once owned. And the estates kept growing. Some latifundia spanned entire valleys. They were empires within an empire, complete with their own guards, their own temples, their own private roads, run by overseers, maintained by slave labor, guarded by legal gray zones. And the Senate? They let it happen, because the owners of these estates were the Senate, or their clients, or their financiers. Latifundia didn't just destroy small farming. They restructured power. The land was no longer tied to Roman citizens as a whole. It was hoarded, concentrated, fenced in, both literally and socially. This had three enormous consequences. First, the collapse of the rural economy. With fewer small farmers, local markets dried up. Villages withered. Roads fell into disrepair. Regional traditions disappeared. Rome became more urban, more centralized, more dependent on long-distance grain imports, and more vulnerable to disruption. Second, the rise of political instability. Dispossessed citizens didn't just vanish, they crowded into cities, especially Rome. They formed the urban plebes, a growing, restless population without jobs, land, or futures. And they were angry. Politicians began using them as leverage. Grain handouts, gladiator games, political rallies. The poor became a tool, courted during elections, ignored in policy. And every time a tribune tried to push real reform, the Senate saw it not as a warning, but as a threat. Third, the distortion of Roman military recruitment. Rome's army had always relied on landowners, but by the late Republic, that pool had shrunk. Many citizens no longer qualified for service because they had no land. And so generals began recruiting from the landless, paying them directly, promising loot, glory, even land. That shift seems small, but it would break the Republic. Because now, soldiers no longer fought for the Senate. They fought for commanders, men like Marius, Sulla, Caesar, men who promised not just victory, but security. Armies became personal. Loyalty flowed up the sword, not down from the state. All of this traces back to land, to the simple fact that the Republic's greatest resource was allowed, by law, by neglect, by greed, to consolidate into fewer and fewer hands. And the people? They were expected to watch. Occasionally someone stood up. Reformers like Tiberius Gracchus tried to enforce limits on land ownership. He proposed a return of ager publicus to poor citizens. He warned the Senate, Rome is splitting in two, between those who own everything and those who own nothing. They called him a demagogue. And then they murdered him. In the very heart of the Republic, on the steps of the Temple of Jupiter. His brother, Gaius Gracchus, tried again a decade later. He too was killed. The message was clear. The land was not just territory. It was a battleground. Latifundia weren't farms. They were engines of inequality. And they kept humming, year after year, century after century, feeding Rome's elite, gutting its middle class, and building the kind of instability that no army could hold forever. So why didn't Rome stop it? Because to stop it meant admitting the system was broken. And in Rome, the illusion of strength mattered more than the reality of justice. Until, of course, the illusion shattered. But we're not there yet. First, we need to meet the men who would ride this broken system to glory and drag the Republic with them into a storm it couldn't survive.
Rome had grown rich. Its villas stretched across Italy. Its legions held the Mediterranean. Its senators lived in marble and dined on silver. But beneath the wealth, the Republic was cracking. The land was gone, the farmers displaced, the plebs crowded and restless. The army no longer served the Senate, but the men who fed it. And when power forgets the people look for someone who remembers. Someone who says, "Let's fix this." But in Rome, reform didn't lead to renewal. It led to blood. Reform and bloodshed, the Gracchus brothers. Tiberius Gracchus, land reform, and the club that killed it. He came from a noble line, grandson of Scipio Africanus, the man who defeated Hannibal. Born into privilege, raised among generals, educated in philosophy and law, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus had every reason to protect the system. But he saw what the Senate refused to see. He had served in Spain, seen the landless veterans, the sprawling latifundia, the empty villages. He returned to Rome not to celebrate, but to change it. In 133 BCE, Tiberius ran for tribune of the plebs, a post meant to defend the common people, and he made a promise. He would restore the land. He proposed the Lex Sempronia Agraria, a law that would reclaim illegally occupied public land and redistribute it to poor Roman citizens. Not slaves, not foreigners, Romans, the men who had bled for the Republic. The limit? 500 jugera per citizen, about 300 acres, and a bit more for each son. It was radical, not because it was new, but because it actually enforced old rules, rules the Senate had ignored for decades. The elites were furious. Their estates, many built on public land, would be slashed, their profits, their prestige, their power threatened. And they pushed back. First, they tried procedure. The other tribune, Marcus Octavius, vetoed the law. In response, Tiberius did something unheard of. He had Octavius removed from office. Legally questionable, politically seismic, but effective. The law passed. A new land commission was formed. Thousands of acres began to shift. Hope returned to the poor. Briefly. But the Senate wasn't finished. They struck economically, withholding funding from the commission, then diplomatically twisting allies against him. Tiberius, sensing danger, ran for a second term as tribune, another breach of tradition. To his enemies, this wasn't reform, it was ambition. And ambition in Rome had to be stopped. On the day of the vote, chaos erupted. Tiberius appeared in the forum. His supporters gathered, but so did the Senate, led by Scipio Nasica, a cousin of Tiberius. There was no trial, no official vote, just violence. Nasica and a group of senators stormed the crowd, wielding clubs, chairs, roof tiles, anything they could grab. They beat Tiberius and over 300 of his supporters to death. In broad daylight, in the sacred heart of the Republic. The first political murder in Roman history. Tiberius's body was dumped in the Tiber. No funeral, no honors, just silence. Rome had crossed a line. Before Tiberius, reformers were debated, opposed, even exiled. After Tiberius, they were hunted. The Senate didn't just kill a man, it killed the idea that political conflict could end in compromise. From now on, it would end in blood. And yet, Tiberius's law remained. His commission kept working. Land was still redistributed. His message didn't die with him. It rooted, and within a decade, another Gracchus would rise. But he would learn what his brother never had time to have.
In a republic that forgets mercy, even justice wears armor. They say history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. 10 years after the murder of Tiberius Gracchus, Rome was quieter, but not calmer. The land problem hadn't vanished. The poor still waited in grain lines. Veterans still roamed homeless. The Republic still limped forward, one contradiction away from collapse. And into this uneasy stillness stepped a familiar name, Gaius Gracchus. Younger brother, sharper tongue, deeper education, and most importantly, an unshakable belief that his brother had been right. But Gaius didn't come to avenge Tiberius. He came to finish what he started. In 123 BCE, Gaius was elected tribune of the plebs. He hit the ground not running, but roaring. He had learned from Tiberius's mistakes. Where Tiberius had passed one big reform, Gaius unleashed a flood. Grain laws. He pushed through legislation that guaranteed a fixed, subsidized grain price for Roman citizens, stabilizing food access and weakening senatorial control over the starving masses. Military reforms. He banned child soldiers, ensured the state would provide military clothing, and began discussing soldier pensions. Colonization. He proposed founding Roman colonies, including one on the ruins of Carthage, giving landless citizens somewhere to go. Legal restructuring. He reformed the juries for extortion trials, transferring power from the Senate to the equestrian class, Rome's wealthy, non-senatorial elite. It was a tactical masterstroke, divide the ruling class against itself. Citizenship expansion. He proposed giving Latin allies, non-Roman Italians, full Roman citizenship, a move that could unify Italy but threatened the exclusivity of Roman identity. The Senate panicked. But this time, Gaius wasn't alone. He was charismatic, brilliant, fiercely logical. His speeches stirred crowds. His reforms passed. His popularity soared. He was re-elected tribune for a second year, something unthinkable before Tiberius, now a pattern. And for a moment, it seemed Rome might change. But Rome, as always, had other ideas. Gaius's undoing began not in the Senate, but in the streets. Opposition politicians, especially Lucius Opimius, a staunch conservative, began stoking public fear. They accused Gaius of undermining tradition, empowering the mob, weakening Roman bloodlines with his citizenship proposal. They painted him as dangerous, not wrong, just too effective. Then came the trigger. In 121 BCE, during a public assembly, a Gaius supporter got into a brawl with one of Opimius's men. The latter was stabbed, technically the first to die, but politically it didn't matter. Opimius demanded retribution. The Senate passed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, a new kind of decree that gave consuls the power to do whatever was necessary to protect the state. No trial, no appeal, no law, just permission to kill. Gaius fled to Aventine Hill with a few loyal supporters. He didn't raise an army. He didn't stage a coup. He simply waited, hoping the people would rise or that the Senate would blink. Neither happened. Opimius sent in troops. Gaius was cornered near the Temple of Diana. With no escape, he asked his slave to kill him, a final gesture of control in a city that had denied him everything else. His body was beheaded, but not just for proof. Opimius had offered a bounty, gold for Gaius's head. The man who delivered it, legend says, filled the skull with molten lead to increase the weight and claim a higher reward. The Republic didn't just silence Gaius, it marketed his death. Over 3,000 of his followers were executed in the aftermath. No trials, no mourning, just a purge. Brutal, calculated, and cold. The Gracchi were gone, but their shadow never left. They had cracked open the myth of senatorial wisdom. They had shown that popular reform was possible and lethal. They had laid the blueprint for every future populist, every revolutionary, every general who would point to the crowd and say, "I speak for you." Gaius's reforms, like Tiberius's, were partly rolled back, but some survived. The grain laws, the jury reforms, even the colony, Genonia, built on Carthaginian soil, was established. But more than any policy, the Gracchi left behind a new kind of politics, one that blood stained the forum stones, one where speeches came with bodyguards, one where compromise was replaced by containment and force was the final argument. Rome had not collapsed, but it had changed. The Republic had lost its sense of restraint, and in the years to come, that loss would echo louder than any law. Because when the system shows it's willing to kill its own for trying to fix it, what kind of republic is left?
Blood in the Forum. How violence replaced debate. There was a time in Rome when laws were passed with speeches. Tribunes stood before the people. Senators argued in marble halls. Disputes were settled not with blades, but with words. Harsh, theatrical, impassioned words, but words nonetheless. That time was over. The deaths of Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus didn't just remove two men from the political stage. They rewrote the script. Rome had always balanced on a tightrope between aristocratic control and popular pressure. But the murders of the Gracchi proved something new. If the Republic felt threatened, it would kill to protect itself. And once blood hits the marble, it doesn't wash off. It stains the institution that allowed it. Before the Gracchi, the Senate feared dishonor. After them, it feared irrelevance. That fear mixed with pride and unchecked wealth hardened into something darker, the normalization of political violence. At first, it was whispered. A man found dead in an alley, a tribune assaulted during a vote, a rival silenced with a bribe or a blade. But soon it wasn't hidden. It was policy. The Senatus Consultum Ultimum, first used to eliminate Gaius Gracchus, became precedent. The ultimate decree allowed consuls to bypass law in the name of saving the Republic. That sounds noble, but in practice it meant this: if the Senate declared you an enemy of the state, you had no rights, no trial, no appeal, no defense, only death. And the people? They watched. They remembered. They learned. Radicals rose. So did reactionaries. Both sides began organizing, hiring bodyguards, inciting riots, arming supporters. Politics became performance through intimidation. A new kind of figure emerged in Roman life, the mob boss politician. These men, often tribunes or former generals, used street gangs to control neighborhoods, disrupt elections, intimidate rivals. Candidates no longer ran for office, they fought for it. One such man was Saturnine, a tribune in the 100s BCE. Charismatic, ambitious, dangerous. He pushed for land reform, citizenship expansion, cheaper grain. Sound familiar? But unlike the Gracchi, Saturnine came with muscle. Literal clubs, armed followers who occupied voting assemblies, threatened opposition, and forced legislation through intimidation. The Senate responded with, what else? The Senatus Consultum Ultimum. Saturnine fled to the capital. He was promised protection. Instead, the Senate supporters stormed the building, dragged him and his allies out, and beat them to death with roof tiles.
Rome didn't collapse. It kept functioning. Elections were still held, laws were still passed, but something essential had shifted. Violence had become a political tool, not an aberration, but an option. It no longer shocked the public. It influenced them. And once that door was open, it never closed. Future leaders took note. Some, like Marius, rose through military fame and popular backing. Others, like Sulla, would march on Rome herself with legions behind them, turning civil authority into civil war. But none of it would have been possible without the Gracchus blood on the forum floor. Because before them, killing a tribune was unthinkable. After them, it was strategy. And what made it more tragic? This wasn't just a descent into chaos. It was a slow legal erosion. Everything Rome did was justified, on paper. The Republic still wore its old robes. It still claimed to serve the people. It still quoted the 12 tables, held elections, prayed to Jupiter. But beneath the rituals was a rotting core. Power had stopped fearing consequence. And when that happens, when the ruling class decides that their comfort matters more than the system, it doesn't matter how old the Republic is, it's already dying. And yet, the marble still stood. The Senate still met. The Forum still echoed with voices. Because Rome, like all great powers, didn't fall in one night. It trained itself to fall, one precedent at a time. First a murdered tribune, then a riot, then a coup, then a general who promises to restore order if only you give him enough troops. But we're not there yet. First, the Republic still has a few defenders left, men who believe it can be saved, that laws still matter, that reform is still possible. But they're running out of time, because the next chapter of Rome isn't about law, it's about power. And power, once soaked in blood, never forgets the taste.
The Forum was no longer sacred, the Senate no longer supreme, and the people, crowded, hungry, furious, no longer believed the Republic spoke for them. In this broken Rome, loyalty shifted, not to laws, but to leaders. Because when institutions fail, people don't give up on power. They look for someone strong enough to hold it for them. And one man offered a new solution, not through words or laws or marble, but through a sword. Marius and the army of the poor. Military reform. Soldiers without land. By the late 2nd century BCE, Rome's army had a problem. It had plenty of enemies, plenty of legions, plenty of wars. What it didn't have was enough qualified citizens to fight them. The traditional Roman military model, the one that had conquered Italy and survived Hannibal, required soldiers to be landowners. You had to own property to be considered invested enough to defend the state. But the land was gone. Latifundia had devoured it. The small farmer, Rome's military backbone, was now a memory, replaced by slaves in the fields and veterans in the streets. Rome was running out of men. Enter Gaius Marius, a new man from Arpinum, not from Rome's elite families. He had earned his fame in the Numidian Wars, a general with grit, ambition, and no patience for senatorial politics. In 107 BCE, Marius was elected consul, and he did something radical. He reformed the Roman army, not with armor or weapons, but with access. He opened recruitment to the landless poor, men who previously couldn't serve. These were not the nobility's sons. They were peasants, laborers, the dispossessed. And they signed up, not out of duty, but out of desperation. Marius promised them weapons, training, pay, and most of all, land after service. For the first time in Roman history, the army became a career, not a civic duty. And Rome's military changed overnight. These new soldiers were tough, loyal, hungry, not just for food, but for purpose. They owed everything to the general who gave them a place. And Marius knew it. He reorganized the legions, standardized equipment, created new training regimes, introduced the eagle standard, a symbol each legion would fight and die for. His army was no longer a citizen militia. It was a professional force, mobile, disciplined, lethal. And it worked. Rome crushed enemies in North Africa, Gaul, and beyond. Marius was hailed as a hero, re-elected consul an unprecedented 7 times. His name echoed through the streets. But something else echoed too. A question the Republic wasn't ready to answer. If soldiers fight for their general, who do they obey when that general turns? Marius's men weren't loyal to the Senate. They were loyal to Marius. He paid them. He promised them land. He fought beside them. And they would follow him anywhere, even against Rome. But that's a story for the next part. For now, what matters is this. Marius solved a military crisis, but in doing so, he planted a political one. Because when the poor see their future not in a republic, but in a general, what's left of the republic?
Armies loyal to generals, not the state. When Gaius Marius reformed the Roman army, he solved a problem the Senate had ignored for decades. He gave the landless poor a reason to fight. But what Rome didn't see, what it refused to believe, was that the moment soldiers stopped swearing loyalty to the Republic and started swearing it to a man, the rules of Roman power had already changed. At first, it seemed harmless. These were Roman soldiers. They carried Roman standards. They fought Rome's enemies. Who cared if they joined the legions for pay instead of patriotism? But loyalty is a currency. And in Marius's system, that currency wasn't minted in the forum. It was minted on the battlefield. Rome had created an army that looked like a republic, marched like a republic, bled like a republic, but belonged to its generals. And the proof came fast. After Marius's early victories, other commanders began copying his model. Wealthy men raised legions not as instruments of the state, but as tools of personal power. They promised land, loot, and glory, not service. A general's army became his political party. And like all parties, it expected rewards. When veterans returned, they demanded their land grants. When the Senate stalled, out of fear or pride or simply political inertia, these armies did not forget, and neither did their commanders. They realized something dangerous. If the Senate refuses, march on it. That idea, unthinkable a generation earlier, was now whispered in camps, discussed in tents, joked about in taverns. The Republic was no longer just an idea, it was a target. And then came the chaos. In 91 BCE, a crisis erupted, the Social War. Rome's Italian allies, who had fought and died in its armies for generations, demanded citizenship. The Senate refused. War broke out. Bloody, costly, but the allies fought like Romans because they were Romans in all but name. Rome eventually gave in. Citizenship expanded, but the damage had been done. Generals had learned to command outside the city, to levy troops, to wage campaigns without direct senatorial control. Legions were loyal to leaders who spoke their language, shared their hardships, and promised them futures. The Senate? It looked old, detached, powerless. And in the middle of it all, Lucius Cornelius Sulla. He had risen under Marius, fought alongside him, shared his methods, but he was no follower. Sulla was patrician by birth, cunning by nature, and brutal by necessity. When a war broke out in the east, with a rogue king named Mithridates threatening Rome's dominance in Asia, Sulla was given command. Then the Senate changed its mind. Under pressure from Marius and his allies, the Senate reassigned the command back to Marius. Sulla was furious. So he did the unthinkable. He marched his legions, Roman legions, on to Rome itself. It was the first time in history that a Roman general invaded his own capital with his own army. There was no precedent. There was no law. Just shock and blood. Sulla seized control, executed opponents, reclaimed his command. Then, with Rome trembling, he left to fight Mithridates. But the line had been crossed. Rome had been shown something it couldn't unsee. The state no longer had a monopoly on force. Generals did. Sulla had proved that a commander with enough soldiers and a clear goal could override the Republic, not by rhetoric, not by reform, but by marching. And the people, they watched. Some cheered. Because when a system fails to feed you, protect you, or respect you, a strong man doesn't look like a threat. He looks like a solution, even if that solution comes with a sword. Rome would never be the same. The army, once a symbol of civic unity, was now the most dangerous political actor in the Republic. And every future general, from Pompey to Caesar, from Antony to Octavian, would remember what Sulla had done. Because once soldiers learn to follow a man instead of a flag, the Republic becomes just another battleground.
Marius versus Sulla. War between two visions. Rome had always lived on tension between patrician and plebeian, between senate and tribune, between law and ambition. But with Marius and Sulla, tension turned to civil war. And that war was not just for territory, it was for the soul of the Republic. Gaius Marius was the hero of the common soldier, the 7-time consul, the architect of the professional army. He had made a career out of breaking tradition to empower the poor and build a power base of his own. Lucius Cornelius Sulla was the enforcer of the old order, patrician by birth, aristocratic in instinct. He believed the Republic worked best when it was ruled by its betters. He viewed popular reform as a disease and Marius as its most dangerous symptom. Their rivalry began in politics. It ended in blood. The final break came in 88 BCE when Sulla, having been given command of a lucrative Eastern war, saw that command ripped from him by Marius and his allies. Instead of protesting, Sulla turned to his legions, men who fought for him, not for Rome, and he marched on the city. It was unprecedented. Rome had seen riots, it had seen coups, but it had never seen a Roman army enter Rome with weapons drawn, not to defend it, but to control it. Sulla took the city, exiled Marius, reclaimed his command. Then he left, off to fight Mithridates. And when he was gone, Marius returned. Older, embittered, ruthless, he took back Rome with street violence and executions, installed his allies, filled the forum with corpses. Then, days after reclaiming his power, he died, leaving a city teetering on the edge of an abyss. Rome had become a prize, not a republic. a place where generals returned from foreign wars not to be honored, but to claim what they believed was theirs. When Sulla returned from the east in 83 BCE, he didn't negotiate. He crushed Marius's remaining faction in a bloody campaign. He declared himself dictator, a legal title granted to restore the republic. But what he restored was a new precedent, that the republic could be conquered, rebuilt, and ruled by a man who commanded more swords than arguments. This was no longer a clash of reform versus tradition. It was a shift in gravity. Power had moved from senate to sword, from institution to individual, from republic to something else entirely. And Sulla, robe clean and face calm, had done the unthinkable. He made it look normal. Rome would never forget Marius, but it would soon fear Sulla. Because the man who once marched on Rome was about to show what happens when you don't just invade the republic, you start rewriting its rules. And he wouldn't do it in secret. He would post the names. He would legalize the killings. He would make terror part of the Constitution. And then he would retire, but not before teaching Rome the most dangerous lesson of all, that you can murder a republic and still call it a reform.
Sulla marches on Rome, the dangerous precedent. The Roman Republic had rules, unwritten ones but sacred. No general would bring an army into the city. No sword would be drawn within the pomerium, the sacred boundary of Rome. No citizen would need to fear a legion inside the walls. And for 5 centuries, those rules held, until Sulla broke them. It didn't happen in some dark alley. It wasn't a secret coup. It happened in daylight, in formation, with banners raised and orders given. In 88 BCE, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, consul of Rome, decorated general, heir to patrician legacy, turned to his legions and did something no Roman had ever dared. He asked them to march on their own city. Why? Because the Senate, under pressure from his political rival Marius, had stripped him of his command against Mithridates, king of Pontus. That war meant glory, wealth, and status. Sulla had earned it. Marius had stolen it through backroom deals and populist pressure. To Sulla, it wasn't just an insult. It was a declaration of war. He knew the risk, the taboo, the weight of what he was about to do. But Sulla also knew something darker, that his men would follow him. These weren't citizen soldiers bound by tradition. They were professionals, recruited from the landless poor, trained by Marius, loyal to the man who fed them, paid them, and promised them spoils. And Sulla paid. He didn't beg, he bribed. He promised wealth, glory, vengeance. He told his men the truth, that if Rome could take a general's command today, it could take their pensions tomorrow. So they marched, not as invaders, as Romans, with clean armor, silent discipline, and a mission. The city panicked. There was no precedent, no defense plan. The urban cohorts fled. The Senate locked itself in temples. Citizens watched, speechless, as the legions entered through the gates that once kept kings at bay. There was no looting. There was no sacking. There was surgical, political violence. Sulla and his allies targeted Marius's faction. Laws were repealed, tribunes neutralized, property confiscated. Marius himself escaped, barely, fleeing south disguised as a beggar. And Sulla? He didn't stay. He declared the Republic restored, took back his command, and marched east to fight Mithridates. He left the city bleeding and stunned, but not yet dead,
Because Sulla's march wasn't just a military event. It was a constitutional rupture. He had proven something terrifying, that loyalty to a general could override every Roman institution, senate, tribunes, law, religion. And even more dangerous, he had shown it could be done legally. Sulla claimed authority, claimed crisis, claimed he was defending the state from internal enemies. It wouldn't be the last time a Roman would make that argument. His enemies called it treason. His allies called it reform. History would call it the beginning of the end, because now every ambitious Roman understood the formula. Raise an army, gain its loyalty, march on the capital, and declare yourself the Republic's savior. Sulla didn't just cross the Rubicon, he paved it, and others were already watching.
Proscriptions, the official death list. When Sulla returned to Rome in 82 BCE, he didn't just march in, he took over. No pretense this time, no performance of legality. He entered with a veteran army at his back, the scars of a foreign war on his face, and a single goal in his mind: control. And Rome gave it to him. The Senate, battered and terrified, named him Dictator Legibus Faciendae et Re Publicae Constituende Causa, dictator for the making of laws and the reconstitution of the Republic. But Sulla wasn't interested in reconstitution. He wanted retribution. And he had a system for it. It began with names. Not rumors, not trials, lists. Posted publicly in the forum. The proscription lists. Each name was a death sentence. No trial, no defense, no appeal. If your name appeared, you were an enemy of the state. Anyone could kill you. Neighbors, strangers, even former friends, and be rewarded. Land would be seized, property auctioned, sons disinherited. The state didn't just permit the murder, it paid for it. And thousands died. Senators, equites, tribunes, merchants, former consuls, poets, even men who had simply spoken out too loudly. Rome, for the first time, legalized political murder on mass scale. The Forum, once a space of speeches and civil life, became a place of execution and accusation. Heads were displayed on spikes, bodies left as warnings. Silence became the only safe opinion. The people adjusted. Some turned in rivals. Some profited, buying confiscated estates at discount, claiming villas once filled with laughter. Others fled. Many disappeared. And those who remained? They learned what Sulla was really doing. This wasn't just vengeance. It was a reset, a purification. Sulla used the proscriptions to erase an entire political class, those who supported Marius, those who questioned senatorial supremacy, those who might one day question him. And in their place, he elevated his men. New senators, new laws, new loyalties. The Republic, as Sulla envisioned it, wasn't dead. It was disciplined. He restructured the courts, curbed the tribunes, re-empowered the Senate, limited the power of the plebeian assemblies. He didn't destroy the Republic. He domesticated it. But the cost was staggering. Because once you teach a society that murder can be procedural, that terror can wear a toga, and that law is whatever the victor says it is,
You've broken something no constitution can fix. And the legacy? It wasn't the reforms. It was the method. Sulla proved that power didn't need popular support. It needed names, a pen, and the willingness to turn law into a knife. Generals, politicians, demagogues all took notes. In the years to come, Caesar would use the precedent to justify emergency measures. Octavian would revise it to silence rivals. Mark Antony would weaponize it to eliminate debts and enemies. Rome's future emperors didn't invent tyranny. They inherited it, perfected it. Because Sulla didn't just rule by the sword, he made the sword legal, and he posted the price of your head for all to see.
Sulla retires, but leaves Rome bleeding. In 79 BCE, the most feared man in Rome did something no one expected. He resigned. Just like that, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, dictator, reformer, executioner, walked away from absolute power. He laid down the fasces. He gave up his bodyguard. He retired to his villa in the countryside. And for a moment, Rome exhaled. But it didn't last. Because while Sulla had walked away from power, he had changed what power meant. And that was something Rome could never walk back. Let's rewind. Most dictators in Roman history had one job: end a crisis, then step down within 6 months. They were guardians, not rulers. But Sulla had held emergency powers for years. He passed laws. He rewrote institutions. He executed enemies. He filled the Senate with loyalists. Then he quit. Not because he was done, because he was satisfied. Sulla believed he had restored the Republic, that his reforms, rigid, conservative, elite-driven, would save Rome from populism, chaos, and civil war. But what he really left behind was a republic with a kill switch, a Rome where any man with enough legions and enough rage could do what he had done. Because Sulla had crossed every line, and then he left the door open. The proscriptions didn't end with him. They became a template. The Senate didn't regain strength. It became a puppet. The tribunes, once protectors of the people, remained defanged. The people? They had learned that justice was a joke, and that survival depended not on law, but on allegiance. Sulla's final years were quiet. He drank. He wrote. He married again. He once told a guest with a smirk that no friend ever served me, and no enemy ever wronged me without being repaid in full. When he died, there was no coup, no rebellion, just a tombstone that read, "No better friend, no worse enemy." And that was the truth. To those who served him, Sulla gave power. To those who crossed him, he gave death. To Rome, he gave a manual, one that future generals, Caesar, Pompey, Octavian, would read very closely. Because Sulla didn't destroy the Republic, he taught it how to destroy itself, how to legalize fear, how to reward loyalty over law, how to replace debate with death lists, how to murder the Constitution without ever touching it. Rome had survived him, but it would never recover from him. Because in the ruins of his reforms, one idea took root, that maybe the Republic couldn't be saved. Maybe it had to be replaced. Sulla's bones rested in marble, but his ghost haunted the Forum. Because while his body lay still, Rome was already shifting. Whispers filled the Senate.
Troops gathered in provinces, and far away, in a modest home, a boy watched. Smart, patient, ambitious, adopted by a Gracchus nephew, soon to be beloved by soldiers, soon to be feared by senators, and already dreaming of a name that would echo through eternity. Gaius Julius Caesar.
A silent teenager, Julius Caesar watches everything. Sulla had stepped down. The blood had stopped flowing in the streets, but the Republic was still bleeding on the inside. Rome had survived its first dictatorship, but it hadn't healed. It had learned to flinch at names whispered in the Forum, to obey power cloaked in legality, and to accept the terrifying new reality that Rome could be conquered by Romans. In this uneasy silence, as the Senate limped back into ritual and the people looked for something to believe in again, a boy watched. He was too young to command legions, too poor to bribe votes, and too connected to all the wrong names. But he listened, he remembered, and he waited. Caesar escapes Sulla's purge. That should have been the end of his story. Gaius Julius Caesar was 16 years old when the world nearly closed in around him. His family was noble, but not powerful. What made him dangerous in Sulla's eyes wasn't what he had done, but who he was. His aunt had married Gaius Marius. He had married Cornelia, daughter of Cinna, a leading figure of the Marian faction. Sulla didn't need more evidence. Caesar was marked. First, his inheritance was revoked. Then his religious title, Flamen Dialis, priest of Jupiter, was stripped from him. Finally, the order came: divorce Cornelia or face death. Caesar refused, and that refusal made him a fugitive in his own city. He fled into hiding, moving between safe houses across the countryside. Some accounts say he was caught and bribed his captors. Others claim sympathetic allies, perhaps even the Vestal Virgins, intervened. What matters is that he survived, not by luck, but by a razor-thin thread of connections and resolve. When he was finally spared, Sulla offered no warmth. He is said to have remarked, "Let him live, for now." In that boy, there are many Mariuses. It wasn't mercy. It was a warning, and Caesar understood exactly what it meant. So he returned to Rome, stripped of power, reputation, and resources. But what he carried was more valuable than any office: an understanding of how the Republic now worked. He had seen the rules broken, rewritten, and weaponized. He had witnessed up close the machinery of tyranny disguised as reform. Most of all, he had seen how quickly a name could get you killed and how silence could save you. So he stayed quiet. He didn't try to reclaim his priesthood. He didn't challenge the Senate. Instead, he began to learn. He watched the orators in the Forum, memorizing cadence and crowd control. He studied law, not to defend anyone, but to master the mechanics of persuasion. He observed how deals were made behind temple walls, how favors circulated like currency, how weakness wore a smile. He had been spared not because he was harmless, but because he was underestimated. That would not happen again. The Republic had taught Caesar its darkest truths: that violence could be legal, that politics was theater, and that loyalty mattered more than law. These were not lessons for an idealist. They were lessons for someone patient enough to play a longer game. Caesar understood. He would not speak loudly, not yet. He would not stand out, yet. He would move carefully, speak sweetly, and build something far more dangerous than a protest. He would build a future. And one day, Rome would offer him the very thing it had once tried to take: everything.
Pirates, oratory, and debt. Before he ever wore a laurel wreath, Caesar wore chains. After the terror of Sulla, Caesar left Rome. With no title, no fortune, and few friends, he sought both distance and purpose. He served in the East on military assignment in Asia Minor, where he distinguished himself in battle and diplomacy. There, he began to taste the edge of leadership and its price. His first public honor came during the siege of Mytilene, where he fought with such bravery that he was awarded the Civic Crown, one of the Republic's highest military decorations. It was not power, but it was a beginning. Then came the pirates. En route across the Aegean, Caesar was captured by Silesian pirates and held for ransom. They demanded 20 talents. He laughed in their faces, insulted. "You clearly don't know who you've captured," he said. "Ask for 50. They did. While waiting for the ransom, Caesar lived among them, unfazed, even amused. He told them stories. He composed speeches. He joined in their games. And he joked again and again that once freed, he would return and crucify them all. They laughed, brave. He didn't. When the money arrived, Caesar was released. He immediately raised a small fleet, hunted the pirates down, captured them, and kept his promise: crucifixion. But first, in what he would call an act of mercy, he had their throats cut. Not because he forgave them, because he wanted to control how they died. It was Caesar in miniature, charming, intelligent, lethal, a man who could entertain you one day and execute you the next. And more importantly, a man who could make justice look like a performance. When he returned to Rome, Caesar carried no gold, but he carried a name that was beginning to matter. He traveled to Rhodes, where he studied under Apollonius Milan, one of the finest rhetorical instructors in the Greek world. There, Caesar refined what would become one of his most devastating weapons: his voice. Molon taught him how to move a crowd, how to build rhythm and suspense, how to hold silence like a blade and time a pause like a punch. Caesar wasn't just learning to speak, he was learning to conquer without touching a sword. And yet Rome was expensive. Elections cost money, friends required favors. The public loved games, and the games cost fortunes. Caesar had none. But what he did have was nerve and an uncanny ability to borrow. He racked up staggering debts, making promises he couldn't yet fulfill, calling in loans with nothing but charm and potential. One of his biggest backers was Crassus, the richest man in Rome. Crassus didn't fund Caesar because he believed in him. He funded Caesar because he knew this man could move the masses, and that might one day make him useful. Caesar used that money to run for office, to stage public festivals, to keep his name always on the lips of the poor. He was never the richest candidate, but he was always the most unforgettable. He wore his toga just a little looser than traditional loud. He kept his hair combed forward in a signature fringe. He walked through the forum like a man who already belonged in the history books. And though he was often ridiculed by his opponents as feminine, arrogant, or untrustworthy, none of it stuck. Because every time he spoke, the crowd listened. Every time he appeared, people turned. And slowly the Republic began to realize this man might be dangerous. Not because he had wealth, but because he had a story, and he was learning how to make Rome believe it.
Building power through spectacle and crowds. Caesar understood one fundamental truth about the late Republic. Rome no longer believed in itself. The Senate had become a stage, the laws were weapons, and the people were hungry, not just for food, but for a figure who could fill the vacuum that the old Republic had left behind. Caesar didn't try to reform that system. He mastered it. He ran for the position of aedile, not the highest office, but one with a crucial responsibility: managing public games and infrastructure. While most candidates spent carefully,
Caesar spent recklessly. He borrowed even more money. He imported exotic animals, staged unprecedented gladiator matches, flooded entire arenas to simulate naval battles. The costs were astronomical, the debt unspeakable, the message unforgettable. He didn't just entertain the people, he gave them theater, not in words, but in scale. He transformed his campaign into a spectacle of abundance, charisma, and controlled chaos. His name became inseparable from grandeur. Rome had seen competent administrators, now it saw something else, someone who made politics emotional. And the crowd responded. When Caesar walked through the streets, he didn't just draw attention, he created fervor. The poor cheered, the elite frowned, but even his enemies couldn't deny. This man had it, that strange, dangerous force that couldn't be bought or taught, presence. He gave speeches laced with humor and idealism, promised restoration of Roman greatness, promised bread and games, promised subtly a return to dignity, if only they would let him rise a little higher. But every move was calculated. Caesar didn't just flatter the crowd, he organized them. He built networks of supporters, clubs, and informal street forces, gangs really, that could sway elections, intimidate rivals, and amplify his every gesture. He learned that a chant at the right time could matter more than a Senate vote, that an emotional audience could undo a cold legal argument, that in Rome's new politics, the crowd wasn't the backdrop, it was the engine. And through that engine, Caesar bypassed traditional ladders of power. He won elections others thought unwinnable. He gained offices he wasn't supposed to hold yet. He became indispensable, not because the Senate respected him, but because the people adored him. And fear followed adoration like a shadow. By the time he was elected Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome, Caesar was still technically broke, but politically, he was rich in ways the Republic no longer knew how to measure. He wasn't speaking for the gods. He was speaking for Rome's future and shaping it in his image. And he had only just begun.
Caesar versus Pompey. 1 republic, 2 ambitions. The crowds cheered louder, the debts grew deeper, and Caesar kept rising. By now, he wasn't just a politician, he was a movement. But the higher he climbed, the thinner the air, and the sharper the knives. Rome, at its core, still feared kings, but it feared instability more. And as the Senate lost its grip, it sought order in the most Roman way possible, by sharing power among the powerful. This is where ambition met its echo. The first triumvirate and the fracture beneath. Caesar had charisma and the love of the people, but no army. Pompey had military glory, loyal veterans, and vast eastern wealth, but no legislative finesse. Crassus had unimaginable riches and influence, but no heroic narrative. So they formed an alliance. It wasn't formal, it wasn't written, but it was absolute. The first triumvirate, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, was a backroom revolution. Together, they could bypass the Senate, control elections, distribute land, appoint allies, and silence critics. In theory, it was a balance of power. In practice, it was an agreement of convenience, held together by favors and tension. Caesar was granted a consulship. In it, he passed popular land laws, secured deals for his allies, and repaid political debts with interest. Then came his greatest reward, a military command in Gaul. It's supposed to be a footnote. It became a legend. Over the next decade, Caesar didn't just wage a campaign, he reshaped himself into something Rome had not seen since Sulla, but with far more precision. He conquered tribes,
crushed rebellions, crossed into Britain, and wrote every triumph down in vivid third-person prose. The Commentari de Bello Gallico wasn't a war report. It was public relations, and Rome read it like gospel. Meanwhile, the alliance at home began to decay. Crassus, desperate for his own military glory, went east to fight the Parthians. He was killed at Carrhae. His head, some say, was used in a performance for a foreign king. Now back in Rome, Pompey was shifting. He had married Caesar's daughter, Julia, a bond of loyalty and blood. But after her death, there was no glue left. The Senate, always wary of Caesar's popularity, courted Pompey as a counterbalance, and slowly, the man who had once called Caesar ally began calling him threat. The balance was broken, the triumvirate was dead, and Rome was no longer big enough for both of them.
Crossing the Rubicon, no turning back. In January of 49 BCE, a single decision shattered 5 centuries of Roman tradition. It wasn't made in the Senate or at a sacred altar. It was made by a general, standing at the edge of a small river in northern Italy, the Rubicon. It was nothing spectacular, a shallow, unimpressive stream, but it marked the legal boundary between Caesar's province in Gaul and the city of Rome. Roman law was clear. No general could cross that river with an army. To do so was treason. To do so was civil war. Caesar stood at its banks and paused. He knew what lay ahead. If he crossed, he would be labeled an enemy of the state. If he turned back, he would be tried, humiliated, possibly executed. Because in his absence, Rome had turned on him. The Senate, increasingly under Pompey's influence, demanded Caesar surrender his army and return to face charges of illegal warfare and abuse of power. Caesar offered compromise. He would disband his army if Pompey did the same. The offer was refused. Caesar understood the game. The Senate didn't want balance. They wanted blood. So he looked at his men, veterans of a decade's worth of conquest, and said, "The die is cast." Then he crossed the Rubicon. The news hit Rome like lightning. Panic erupted. Senators fled the city. Pompey, unprepared for Caesar's speed, evacuated with the Senate to the south, then across the Adriatic to Greece. The city Caesar entered was not defended, but abandoned. He didn't sack it, he secured it. He declared himself the defender of the Roman people against a corrupt Senate manipulated by a jealous general. Then he went after Pompey. What followed was not just a civil war, it was a war for the meaning of Rome. Pompey had the Senate's blessing, the loyalty of many eastern provinces, and a strong navy. But Caesar had something else, momentum and narrative. He moved swiftly through Italy. Towns opened their gates, allies pledged support. He captured the treasury, restored order, presented himself not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. The Senate had claimed he would destroy the Republic. Instead, he looked like its last hope. In Greece, Pompey assembled a massive force, more men, more ships, more allies. He still had the advantage, but Caesar moved faster. He crossed the Adriatic in winter, with fewer troops, risking storms and starvation. When he landed, he was outnumbered, undersupplied, and surrounded. And yet, he advanced. Skirmishes followed, narrow escapes, strategic retreats. Then, in 48 BCE, came the showdown, the Battle of Pharsalus. Pompey's army was nearly twice the size. He had the high ground, the supply lines, and every reason to win. Caesar had exhausted troops and one final bet, that his men, bonded by years of hardship, would fight not for pay, but for him. They did. Against odds, Caesar's forces routed Pompey's army. Discipline, experience, and precision
won over numbers. Pompey fled to Egypt. Caesar followed. But when he arrived, he was met with a shock. Pompey was dead, assassinated by Egyptian officials trying to win Caesar's favor. They presented him with Pompey's head, expecting thanks. Caesar did not thank them. He wept, not just for a rival lost, but for what had been broken. Pompey had been many things: ally, opponent, symbol of the old order. His death by foreign hands was an insult to Roman dignity. But Caesar didn't turn back. He turned deeper. In Egypt, he became embroiled in the country's own civil war between Ptolemy XIII and his sister Cleopatra. He backed her, fought a siege in Alexandria, won, and in the process began a legendary relationship that would shape not just personal gossip, but geopolitics. Meanwhile, Rome watched. The Senate had no power. The city had no direction. Caesar returned to Rome in triumph, declared dictator, then consul, then dictator again. The Republic, technically, still existed, but the Republic had no breath left. Caesar had crossed the Rubicon not just to win a war, but to reshape Rome itself. And that reshaping was almost complete.
From victory to death, the Ides of March. Caesar returned to Rome not as a conqueror, but as something stranger, an unstoppable force in a republic that still pretended it had rules. He was hailed as a hero, appointed dictator again, and then unprecedented, dictator for 10 years, then dictator for life. Rome, exhausted by war and chaos, accepted it. Some celebrated. After all, Caesar had restored order. He cut debt, settled veterans, reformed the calendar, expanded citizenship, passed laws, built buildings, pardoned enemies. But others watched warily. They had seen this script before. A man with too much power, a senate reduced to ritual, a city that cheered too easily, and one title that Rome was never meant to hear again: king. Caesar never claimed the title, but he wore the laurel crown constantly. His image appeared on coins, statues were raised. He sat on a golden chair in the Senate. Priests called him divine. He refused a crown once, publicly, offered by Mark Antony during a festival. He pushed it away. The crowd cheered, but many weren't convinced. It felt too choreographed, too theatrical, as if he wanted it, but wanted them to ask first. The idea of kingship hovered over Rome like a storm cloud, and in that shadow the knives were sharpened. The plot wasn't born of madmen. It came from senators, men who had once served with Caesar, dined with him, praised him: Brutus, Cassius, Casca, dozens more. They didn't agree on much, except this: if Caesar lived, the Republic would die. So they planned. The timing mattered. The optics mattered more. They chose the Senate meeting on the Ides of March, March 15th, 44 BCE, a day heavy with ritual and symbolism. Caesar almost didn't go. He had been warned by friends, by his wife Calpurnia, who dreamed of blood, by a soothsayer who famously said, "Beware the Ides of March." But Caesar went anyway. He entered the theater of Pompey, where the Senate was meeting temporarily. He walked in unarmed. The senators rose, smiled, surrounded him. Then the first blade struck. He turned. Another stabbed. Then another. It wasn't a quick kill. It was a frenzy. At least 60 men, 23 wounds, no guards, no escape. Legend says Caesar resisted at first, shouting, struggling, until he saw Brutus.
his friend, perhaps his son. Then he stopped. "It too, brute?" he asked, or so the story goes. Then he fell. At the base of a statue of Pompey, the man he had defeated to seize power. Blood pooled. The senators fled. Rome fell silent. The Republic, they thought, had been saved. They were wrong. The days that followed were confusion, not liberation. The conspirators had no plan. The people did not cheer. They mourned, rioted, carried Caesar's body through the streets weeping, burned the Senate house, praised his memory. He was dead, but he had already won, because Caesar hadn't just held power, he had redesigned it. His funeral became a rallying cry. His reforms remained, and his name, Caesar, became something no republic could contain. It would become a title, a system, an empire. And every ruler after him, whether in Rome, Russia, or Germany, would echo the same truth. A republic can die not with a scream, but with an ovation.
The legacy of Caesar and the empire split in two. They killed the man, but not the movement. When the knives of the Ides of March were wiped clean, Brutus and Cassius believed they had restored the Republic. They thought the people would cheer, the Senate would regain its voice, and the traditions of old Rome would be reborn. They were wrong. Because Caesar had already reshaped Rome, not just in politics, but in imagination. He had become more than a man. He was momentum, myth, inevitability, and the Republic no longer knew how to function without him. Brutus, Cassius, and the failure of an ideal. Brutus believed in the Republic. He had read the philosophers, revered the past. He thought Rome could still be a city of laws and balance. Cassius was more cynical, a soldier, realist, tactician. Together they led the conspiracy not for power, but for what they claimed was principle. But principle, in a vacuum, is a fragile thing. They had no army, no treasury, no plan for the aftermath. While Caesar had ruled through loyalty and spectacle, Brutus and Cassius ruled through absence, and Rome does not rally behind silence. At first, they tried speeches. They declared liberty restored. But the people didn't rejoice. They rioted. Caesar's will was read aloud, distributing wealth to the plebs, leaving parks to the people, naming his great-nephew Octavian as heir. The crowd wept. Then they burned the Senate house to the ground. Brutus and Cassius fled. They went east, raising legions in Macedonia and Syria, trying to build a liberator's army. But something had shifted. They weren't seen as defenders of freedom. They were seen as the men who had killed Caesar. And across the sea, his name was being sharpened into a weapon. Because two men, very different, but bound by ambition, were preparing to claim what Caesar had left behind. One was a master of words, the other of presence, and both would soon learn you don't inherit a republic, you fight for its ashes.
Antony versus Octavian, the First Media War. After Caesar's death, there was no coronation, no orderly succession, just a vacuum, loud, dangerous, and ripe for claim. Two men stepped into it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest ally and co-consul, was strong, experienced, a skilled orator with legions at his back and charisma in abundance. He had fought beside Caesar. He had spoken at his funeral. His speech had turned grief into fury, and fury into flames. Many assumed he would inherit Caesar's power. But Caesar had left behind something more potent than loyalty, a name, and he had given it not to Antony, but to his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, later known as Octavian. Just 19 years old, barely a man, no military experience, no authority, but he had one thing Antony didn't: legitimacy. In his will, Caesar had adopted Octavian as his son and heir. That made him Caesar's legal successor, and that meant everything. At first, Antony scoffed. Who was this boy? A student? A child? He tried to ignore him, sideline him, even intimidate him. But Octavian was not made of soft clay. He played the long game. He visited the legions Caesar had once commanded and called them not my soldiers, but Caesar's veterans. He paid them with borrowed money, called himself Caesar's son, and most of all, he made sure Rome knew his name. Posters, coins, speeches. Octavian didn't need to defeat Antony on the battlefield, not yet. He only needed to win the image war, and in this he was ruthless. He called Antony a traitor to Caesar's memory, accused him of hoarding power, of cozying up to Cleopatra, of abandoning Roman values for Egyptian luxuries. Meanwhile, Antony painted Octavian as a boy king, an opportunist, an untested manipulator hiding behind Caesar's shadow. The people watched and chose sides, but the Senate, ever opportunistic, chose both. It aligned briefly with Octavian to push Antony out of Rome, forcing him to flee east. The result? Temporary alliances, shifting loyalties, and, inevitably, another war. But this war would not be decided just by swords. It would be fought with symbols. Octavian understood that narrative was power, so he began crafting one. He positioned himself as the guardian of Caesar's legacy, the restorer of the Republic, the son of a god. Literally. After Caesar's posthumous deification by the Senate, Octavian began calling himself Divi Filius, son of the divine. It wasn't humility, it was branding. Antony, meanwhile, was doing something more dangerous, falling in love with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, brilliant, manipulative, magnetic. Together they ruled not just in affection, but in strategy. Antony declared her children heirs to eastern territories. He dressed like a pharaoh, gave speeches in Alexandria, spoke of a new Rome, a Rome ruled from the east. To Octavian, this was a gift. He published Antony's will, stolen, forged, or leaked, revealing Antony's plans to leave Roman lands to his children with Cleopatra. The Senate was horrified, the public incensed. For Rome, it wasn't just betrayal, it was treason. Octavian didn't declare war on Antony. He declared war on Cleopatra. He framed it not as a civil war, but a war for Roman virtue against foreign decadence. He made Antony look like a puppet, Cleopatra the puppeteer, Egypt the enemy. And Rome listened, because Octavian didn't speak like a warlord. He spoke like a savior. While Antony raised legions in the east, Octavian rallied them in Italy. While Antony sailed with gold and elephants, Octavian sent scrolls and slogans. While Antony relied on force, Octavian used fear, not of battle, but of becoming something un-Roman. This wasn't just a fight for land, it was a fight for identity. And Octavian was winning. He had the Senate's backing, the people's trust, the legal claim, the cultural script, and he was about to bring it all to a head in a place called Actium. But before we go there, remember this. Rome didn't fall into monarchy because of ambition alone. It voted for it. Because when fear outweighs freedom and hope wears a uniform, the people won't just accept a ruler. They'll beg for one. Actium. From dragon ships to thrones. September 2nd, 31 BCE. The Ionian Sea. a narrow strait off the coast of Greece. Two fleets face each other, their ships packed with thousands of men, tension heavy as the sea mist. One side sails under the banner of Rome, the other under the shadow of Egypt. This is not just a battle. It is the death rattle of the Republic. Mark Antony and Cleopatra command a vast eastern force, hundreds of ships, battle-tested soldiers, and the weight of dynasties. Their vessels are larger, more ornate, more symbolic. Cleopatra's flagship gleams with Egyptian gold and Phoenician sails. This is not just a military stand. It is a performance of power, meant to awe, to intimidate, to overwhelm. Octavian's fleet is smaller, leaner, but disciplined, and commanded by Marcus Agrippa, one of the finest naval strategists Rome had ever produced. He doesn't need to impress. He only needs to win. The battle begins. Antony's ships move slowly. Their size becomes a curse. They struggle to maneuver. Cleopatra, watching from the rear, waits. Perhaps she's unsure. Perhaps she's calculating. Perhaps she's already planning for escape. Then, the unthinkable. In the middle of the chaos, Cleopatra's ships turn and flee. Antony sees it and follows. His forces collapse. His men, abandoned and confused, surrender or die. The Eastern fleet disintegrates. The illusion of power, shattered in one afternoon. Actium isn't the bloodiest battle of the civil wars, but it is the most decisive, because it is not just a defeat, it is a transition. Antony and Cleopatra flee to Egypt. For a year they hold out, trying to gather support, trying to revive something already dead. Octavian marches steadily behind them. Offers are made, refusals follow. There's no turning back. In August of 30 BCE, Octavian enters Alexandria. Antony, betrayed by false news of Cleopatra's death, falls on his sword. Cleopatra, after a final meeting with Octavian, takes her own life, perhaps by asp, perhaps by poison. The details are hazy, the symbolism eternal. With their deaths, the Republic officially ends, not because Octavian declared it, but because no one is left to stop him. He returns to Rome in triumph, not as a dictator, but as a restorer, not as a tyrant, but as a stabilizer. He rejects the title king. He doesn't call himself dictator. Instead, he chooses a new name, Augustus, the revered one. And Rome lets him, because the people are tired. The Senate is empty, the institutions hollow, and Augustus offers something they have not felt in decades: order. He keeps the Senate, but strips it of power. He keeps the laws, but controls their authors. He keeps the facade, but claims the core. And just like that, the Republic becomes the empire. Actium wasn't just the end of a war. It was the beginning of a myth, one where the people believed they had chosen their emperor, where power wore the robes of peace, and where the memory of Caesar lived on not in monuments, but in every corner of the Roman world. Because from this moment on, Caesar would no longer be a name. It would be a title.
Augustus, the first emperor who never called himself one. Actium had ended the wars. Antony and Cleopatra were gone. The Senate had no teeth. The Republic, once defined by competing voices and chaotic ambition, now had only one voice left: Octavian. But power, as Caesar had shown, is a dangerous thing to hold openly. Too much of it, and you get stabbed by 60 senators. Too little, and you lose control. Octavian had watched all of it: the rise, the betrayal, the blood on Pompey's statue. And he learned a lesson that would define the next 40 years. You can rule Rome. if you never make Rome admit it. How to rule without getting killed. Octavian didn't call himself king. That word was poison. He didn't declare himself dictator perpetuo like Caesar. That word meant death. Instead, he built a new kind of power, invisible, layered, unchallenged. He returned from Egypt not as a tyrant, but as a restorer of peace. He held a triumph, but then, surprise, he resigned, gave up all his powers, walked away from titles, let the Senate breathe. And they panicked. The Senate, terrified of being left to rule on their own, begged him to stay. So Octavian accepted, but only modest powers. They gave him control of the military provinces, a new name, Augustus, and a ceremonial role as first citizen, princeps. No crown, no throne, just total control hidden beneath republican ritual. Augustus understood image. He never made a decision alone, but always in consultation with the Senate. He didn't rule over the Senate. He ruled with it, on paper. In reality, no motion passed without his blessing. No general rose without his nod. No law moved unless he allowed it. He was careful, deliberate. Even his personal habits were curated to seem humble. He lived modestly, wore simple clothes, called himself father of the country, avoided opulence, let others call him divine after his death. He created a regime where no one felt conquered, just protected. And that was the brilliance. Caesar had died for holding too much power too obviously. Augustus held everything and made it look like a favor.
Restoring the Republic. Dream or deception? When Augustus stood before the Senate in 27 BCE and offered to return his powers, it wasn't an act of humility. It was the opening scene of a carefully choreographed performance, the greatest political theater in Roman history. He knew they would refuse, and they did, exactly as planned. What followed was not a restoration, it was a reinvention. The Republic wasn't reborn, it was rebranded. Augustus claimed to restore old traditions, but what he actually did was repurpose them. Every institution remained, but emptied of independence. Every office continued, but under his shadow. Every ritual was preserved, but carefully rewritten to center around him. He was not king. Rome hated kings, but he was something bigger than a consul, deeper than a dictator, and more permanent than any elected official. He held imperium maius, greater command over all provinces and armies. He held tribunician power for life, giving him the right to veto legislation, the right to propose laws, and legal immunity. He was Pontifex Maximus, the head of Roman religion, and all of it was legal, voted, applauded, celebrated. He didn't rule by fear, he ruled by consent, and that made him untouchable. Augustus understood something Caesar never did, that people don't fight tyranny when it comes wrapped in tradition. They embrace it, especially when it's quieter than the chaos it replaces. The Senate still met, but it only confirmed what Augustus already decided. Magistrates were still elected, but the real power lay with those Augustus endorsed. He didn't eliminate the Republic, he made it dependent on him to function. And to the people, this didn't feel like oppression, it felt like relief. For decades they had watched Rome tear itself apart, civil war, famine, debt, riots, foreign invasions. Now, finally, there was peace. The market stabilized, the grain ships arrived on time, veterans received land, temples were repaired, roads were built.
the empire expanded, and for the first time in living memory, the Republic wasn't dying. It was just quiet. Was Augustus a tyrant? No. He was more dangerous. He was a solution. And to many Romans, that was enough. But not everyone was convinced. The older generation whispered. Men who remembered true Senate debates, veterans of earlier wars, they saw what had changed not in names, but in function. They knew the Republic was a shell. Still, they did nothing, because Augustus didn't give them a target. He gave them stability. And more than that, he gave them identity. He revived traditional Roman values, pietas, virtus, gravitas. He encouraged moral laws, promoted marriage, criminalized adultery. He positioned himself not just as a ruler, but as the moral center of Rome, a father figure. He said Rome had lost its way and that he was leading it back. In reality, he was leading it somewhere new, a world where one man embodied the state, where loyalty to Rome meant loyalty to Augustus, where history was curated, monuments spoke his name, and even the calendar revolved around his image. It worked because it was subtle. He didn't shout. He reshaped reality. He let poets call him a savior, let coins bear his face, let statues depict him as youthful and eternal. He censored nothing because everyone had already learned what to say. He made sure the next generation grew up in a world where the idea of republic still existed, but only in textbooks. This was his masterpiece. The restoration of the Republic wasn't a con. It was a mirror. He gave Rome back to the Romans, just small enough that they didn't notice it was in his hand.
The legacy of Augustus, mastering control through symbols. Augustus didn't conquer Rome with an army. He conquered it with meaning. Where Caesar had marched with legions, Augustus advanced with monuments. Where Sulla had ruled by proscriptions, Augustus ruled by presence. Everywhere, in everything, for everyone. Step into the forum, and his arch greeted you. Visit a temple, and his name was carved into the foundation. Listen to poets, and you heard his virtues immortalized in verse. Open your purse, and his image gleamed from every coin. This wasn't vanity, it was strategy. Augustus understood that to rule a people, you had to rule their stories. You had to shape what they remembered, what they celebrated, and what they feared. So he became not just a ruler, but a symbol. He rebuilt Rome, literally. After decades of ruin and fire, he restored temples, forums, aqueducts. But he didn't just restore infrastructure, he redefined what it meant to be Roman. He commissioned the Ara Pacis, the altar of peace, not to glorify war, but to enshrine its absence, a monument to the world he had created, fertile, orderly, pious. He encouraged art and architecture that celebrated harmony, lineage, and eternity. All roads might lead to Rome, but in Augustus's Rome, all narratives led to him. He surrounded himself with writers, Virgil, Horace, Livy, not as flatterers, but as craftsmen of a national myth. In the Aeneid, Virgil didn't just write a founding epic, he traced Augustus's lineage back to Aeneas, the Trojan hero who carried Rome's destiny on his shoulders. This was not history, this was sanctification. And it worked. Augustus became the model of Roman virtue, measured, calm,
just, eternal. He didn't just unify the empire, he unified time. Under him, the calendar was reformed. The month of Sextilis was renamed Augustus, August. His name didn't just belong to politics, it belonged to eternity. But symbols, no matter how powerful, are fragile. Augustus knew that. He had no son. His designated heirs, Marcellus, Agrippa, Gaius, and Lucas, died young or disappointed. So he turned to Tiberius, his stepson, capable, dour, lacking charm, but obedient. And to prepare the people, Augustus didn't announce Tiberius as successor. He displayed him, gave him offices, gave him visibility, let Rome adjust, gradually, to the idea that power would flow within the family, not from the people. He wasn't creating a monarchy, he was just continuing the republic. When Augustus died in 14 CE, Rome didn't revolt, it wept. His funeral was vast, his body cremated, his spirit declared a god. And every emperor after him would bear the name Caesar Augustus, not just a name, but a template. Because Augustus didn't invent empire, he made it acceptable. He proved that power, when dressed in modesty and tradition, could last longer than any sword. He became the benchmark. Every strongman since, emperors, presidents, generals, has tried to do what Augustus did, hold absolute power in a world that still thinks it's free. And so his real legacy isn't monuments, it's the blueprint of how to control a republic by never making it realize it's gone.
The empire was stable, for now. Augustus had done the impossible. He ended civil war, preserved the illusion of a republic, and built the first true empire with no title of king. For 40 years, Rome knew peace, growth, and predictability. But Augustus was mortal, and legacy, no matter how carefully designed, is fragile. Because the moment a system depends on one man's balance, everything after him becomes an experiment. And Rome was about to meet its first test. Tiberius, from silent prince to political obsession. Tiberius wasn't born to rule. He was dutiful, trained, and competent, but never beloved. A general by profession, a stoic by temperament. Augustus adopted him not out of affection, but out of necessity. And when Augustus died, Tiberius didn't take the throne. He accepted responsibility. He addressed the Senate with careful language, declined too much honor, asked for shared power. It looked like modesty. It wasn't. It was caution. Tiberius had lived through purges. He knew what too much power could trigger, so he moved slowly, maintained institutions, kept Augustus's name sacred, let the Senate speak until it disagreed. Then came the trials, and the treason laws, and the silence. Tiberius began to pull away from public life. Rome saw less of him. The Senate feared him. Letters replaced speeches. Informers replaced dialogue. Anyone could be accused of disloyalty, a joke, a poem, a dinner conversation. The city of marble became a city of whispers. Eventually, Tiberius left Rome altogether, retreating to the Isle of Capri. There, the rumors began. Tales of orgies, torture chambers, paranoia. Whether true or not, the message was clear. The emperor was absent, the fear was not. Rome functioned,
but it no longer breathed. And when Tiberius died in 37 CE, the Senate exhaled. They thought the worst was over. They hadn't met his successor yet.
Caligula, when madness wears the crown. He was young, charismatic, handsome, the son of a beloved general. And when Tiberius died, the people cheered not just for a new emperor, but for a new beginning. Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus. But Rome knew him better by a nickname, Caligula, Little Boots, a childhood moniker from his days among the legions when he dressed in miniature armor beside his father, Germanicus. For the first few months, it felt like the dawn of something hopeful. He ended treason trials, paid off debts, restored exiles, hosted games, donated money. Even the Senate breathed easier. The Republic, they whispered, might finally find balance again. Then something changed. An illness, perhaps, a fever that nearly killed him. Or maybe the illness had always been there, hidden behind the smile. Whatever the cause, Caligula emerged from his sickbed, transformed. The man who had promised healing began to unravel. He didn't just demand loyalty, he demanded worship. He declared himself a living god, not in poetry or flattery, but in law. Statues of Zeus and Jupiter had their heads replaced with his. He built temples to himself, forced senators to grovel, appointed his horse Incitatus a priest, and allegedly planned to make it a consul. What began as eccentricity turned into performance, and then into cruelty. He mocked senators in public, slept with their wives, then discussed the details over dinner, executed on whims, bankrupted the treasury with lavish games, then taxed citizens to fund more games. He sailed to the ocean, declared war on Neptune, and ordered his troops to collect seashells as spoils of victory. Rome had faced tyrants before, but never like this, because Caligula wasn't interested in ruling. He wanted to dismantle dignity, to prove that no title, tradition, or office could restrain him. And everyone, senators, guards, priests, citizens, became actors in his grotesque theater. Yet no one dared oppose him. Why? Because even madness, when armed with legions, becomes invincible. Until one day it didn't. In 41 CE, after less than 4 years on the throne, Caligula entered a hallway beneath the Palatine. There, members of the Praetorian Guard, men sworn to protect him, waited. They didn't protest. They didn't hesitate. They stabbed him again and again. His body was torn apart. His wife and daughter were murdered shortly after. The Senate tried to restore the Republic. They failed because the people didn't rise for liberty. They waited for another emperor, and they would get one. From the shadows of mockery came a surprise.
Claudius, the surprise of a fool. The palace was in chaos. Caligula was dead. The Senate scrambled to restore the Republic. The Praetorian Guard loomed over every decision. And deep within the imperial complex, behind a curtain, a middle-aged man was found cowering, shaking, stuttering, limping. Claudius. He wasn't supposed to be emperor. He wasn't even supposed to be taken seriously. He had grown up in the shadow of his family, nephew to Tiberius, uncle to Caligula, grandson of Mark Antony. But illness had marked him early, a limp, a stammer, nervous tics. In a society that worshipped poise and performance, Claudius was dismissed as weak, harmless, a scholar, a joke. His own family kept him hidden from public life.
and that may have saved him. While others were assassinated, Claudius was ignored. But when the Praetorian Guard found him after Caligula's murder, terrified, trembling, they didn't kill him. They proclaimed him emperor. Why? Because he was a compromise, not too dangerous, not too ambitious, and most importantly, he owed his life to them. Claudius accepted, and the joke, Rome's idiot prince, became princeps. But he wasn't what anyone expected. Claudius may have been awkward, but he was no fool. Behind the stammer was a historian's mind, a policy wonk's obsession, and a survivor's instinct. He got to work. He professionalized the imperial bureaucracy, empowering freedmen and administrators to help run the vast empire. He reformed laws, expanded citizenship, improved the grain supply, built aqueducts, roads, and public buildings. And most boldly, he conquered Britain, a feat even Julius Caesar had failed to complete. It wasn't just a military victory, it was a message that the man no one had believed in could do what legends hadn't. But Claudius also understood power's fragility. He paid the Praetorian Guard well. He listened to Senate flattery. And he watched his own household with increasing paranoia. His personal life was a disaster. His wives were manipulative, especially Messalina, whose affairs and ambition humiliated him publicly. Eventually, he ordered her execution. He remarried, this time to Agrippina the Younger, his niece, a decision many saw as desperate, because Agrippina had a son, a teenage boy, and she wanted him to rule next. So Claudius adopted him, named him heir, and in 54 CE, after 13 years on the throne, Claudius fell ill, poisoned, most believed, by mushrooms. His wife watched, her son ascended, and Rome would never be the same again. Because Claudius, the accidental emperor, had cleared the path for a new kind of ruler. Not a scholar, not a soldier, but a performer, a firebrand, a boy named Nero.
Nero and the night Rome burned. Claudius had tried to govern with reason, but he died by poison, and in his place rose not a statesman, but a sensation. Nero, just 16 years old when he became emperor, adopted by Claudius, groomed by his mother Agrippina, a boy with poetry in his veins and a crown on his brow. The Senate saw a fresh start. Rome saw a golden prince. They didn't know yet that this was the beginning of one of the most infamous reigns in Roman history. Politics, art, and manipulation. In the beginning, Nero played the part well. He gave generous handouts, held public games, reduced taxes, listened to advisers, especially the philosopher Seneca, who helped guide him with stoic wisdom, and the general Burrus, who managed the army's loyalty. He made speeches about restoring republican values. He portrayed himself as humble, artistic, sensitive. He opened theaters, sponsored poetry contests, wrote verses himself, sang, played the lyre. But behind the curtain, power was shifting. Because Nero didn't want to govern, he wanted to be adored. He saw himself not as a ruler, but as an artist king. And when admiration faded, he reached for control. It started with his mother. Agrippina had put him on the throne, pulled strings, expected obedience. But Nero,
young, independent, adored, began to push back. She reminded him who he owed, so he reminded her who ruled. He stripped her of titles, removed her guards, publicly ignored her. When that didn't work, he ordered her death. Allegedly, his first attempt involved a self-sinking boat. She survived, so he sent men to finish the job. When they arrived, she met them with one legendary phrase, "Strike my womb first." She was killed, and Nero was free. From his mother, from any illusion of restraint. And slowly, the real Nero began to emerge. Not the poet, the puppet master.
Burning the city, arson or accusation. Rome burned for 9 days. It began on the night of July 18th, 64 CE, near the Circus Maximus. The wind fanned flames through narrow streets, wooden roofs, and crowded tenements. By the time it was over, 10 of the city's 14 districts were in ashes. Thousands were dead. Hundreds of thousands were homeless. It was the greatest urban disaster Rome had ever faced. And within days, all eyes turned to one man, Nero. He wasn't in Rome when the fire started. He was at his villa in Antium, but he returned quickly, organized relief efforts, opened his palaces to refugees, lowered grain prices, funded reconstruction. Still, rumors ignited faster than the flames had. Some said he had played music while the city burned. Others whispered he had ordered the fire himself to clear space for his grand new palace, the Domus Aureoria, the Golden House, a sprawling complex of gardens, fountains, and gold-leafed ceilings. It didn't help that he seized large swaths of land afterward, land that had conveniently burned, or that his new construction plan demanded wide boulevards and fireproof materials, policies that sounded like preparation, or that his new palace would rise on the ruins of the old Forum. Was it true? Historians are still divided. Tacitus, writing decades later, said Nero likely didn't start the fire, but that he was blamed because of his reputation. Because by then, Nero had become something larger than a man. He was a symbol of excess, of ego, of empire unchecked. He sensed the danger and looked for a scapegoat. He found one in a small, new, unpopular sect, the Christians. They were strange. They didn't sacrifice to Roman gods. They met in secret. They spoke of a coming judgment. They refused to burn incense before the emperor's image. Nero accused them of arson, of hate against humanity, of being enemies of Rome. And then came the punishment: crucifixions, executions, burnings in Nero's own gardens as human torches. It was the first recorded imperial persecution of Christians, and it worked temporarily. The anger shifted, the fear deepened, and Nero, he continued performing. But the fire had changed something, not just in the city, in him. He had tasted what it felt like to be blamed, to be vulnerable, and from that point on, Nero never trusted anyone again.
The end of a bloodline. Nero had ruled as an artist, as a tyrant, as a god. But even gods grow paranoid. In the years after the fire, Nero's grip on power tightened. His pleasures grew darker, his fears sharper. He executed rivals, former tutors, advisors, generals, even family. Anyone could be next. He had his wife Octavia executed,
then married Poppaea Sabina, who later died, allegedly by a kick from Nero himself while she was pregnant. He blamed others, mourned publicly, married again, then again. One was a freedman, one was a boy. Nero dressed them both as wives. It was no longer government. It was performance art soaked in blood, and Rome was watching. The Senate grumbled. The army stirred. Governors in the provinces began whispering rebellion. In 68 CE, it began with Vindex, a governor in Gaul, who declared Nero unfit. Then Galba, in Spain, declared himself princeps. The legions backed him. Nero fled the city. Desperate, he begged for help. No one answered. The Praetorian Guard, once his shield, abandoned him. The Senate declared him a public enemy, and Nero ran to a villa outside Rome. There, surrounded by a few loyal freedmen, he asked someone to kill him. No one would. So trembling, bleeding, weeping, Nero took his own life. His final words, "Qualis artifex pereo," what an artist dies in me. He was 30 years old, and with him died the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the line that traced back to Augustus, to Julius Caesar, to the origins of the empire itself. Rome didn't rejoice. It hesitated, because while Nero had brought chaos, his death brought something more terrifying: uncertainty. Who would rule now? What came next? The Republic was long gone, but the empire, it was now up for grabs, and the chaos to come would make even Nero look stable.
The year of 4 emperors. Nero's death left a vacuum. Not a throne, not a title, a power void. And power, once unchained from law, becomes a prize for the boldest to seize. For the first time since Augustus, Rome had no heir, no dynasty, no plan. And in the chaos of that silence, 4 men, very different, equally ambitious, rushed forward. Galba, Otho, Vitellius, Vespasian. Everyone wants the throne. Galba came first. An old senator, strict, humorless, respected by the aristocracy. He had rebelled against Nero and marched on Rome with the backing of the Spanish legions. The Senate confirmed him. He promised a return to order. He cut spending, refused bribes, executed rivals, and made enemies fast, especially among the Praetorian Guard, whom he had promised bonuses, then refused to pay. Enter Otho, young, charming, indebted, once a friend of Nero, then an opportunist. He bribed the guard, promised gold, promised favors, and in January 69 CE, just weeks into Galba's reign, they turned on Galba in the Forum, beheaded him, and declared Otho emperor. The Senate, again, nodded. But elsewhere, another storm was brewing. Vitellius in Germany had been declared emperor by his legions before Galba even died. Slow-moving, indulgent, popular with the troops. As Otho tried to stabilize Rome, Vitellius's forces marched south. Otho met them in battle and lost. He killed himself soon after. Vitellius entered Rome in triumph. Lavish feasts, games, celebration. But he lacked discipline, drained the treasury, alienated allies. And in the east, another man had risen, Vespasian, a general, tough, experienced, commanding legions in Judea. He was no aristocrat, no poet, but he had the army,
and the patience to wait. As Rome tore itself apart, Vespasian built support methodically. By December 69 CE, his forces entered the capital. Vitellius was dragged through the streets, killed. And for the fourth time that year, Rome had a new emperor. But this time, it had found something else too. A new kind of ruler.
From civil to military, who really chooses the emperor now? When Augustus ruled, he did so with the mask of the Republic. When Nero ruled, he held power through spectacle and inheritance. But after 69 CE, everything changed. Because for the first time, Rome's emperor wasn't chosen by the Senate, not by adoption, not by blood, but by legions. This was the lesson of the year of the 4 emperors. Whoever controls the army controls the empire. Galba was backed by Spanish troops, Otho by Praetorians, Vitellius by Rhine legions, Vespasian by Eastern legions and provincial governors. And the Senate? It merely ratified what soldiers had already decided. Rome's institutions still existed, but they no longer mattered. Loyalty wasn't to the state, it was to commanders. Ambitious generals understood this. They courted their troops with land promises, bonuses, shared plunder. They didn't govern the empire, they bargained for it. And the army learned something too, that it could make or break an emperor. Praetorians sold thrones. Provincial legions crowned candidates. The sword replaced the vote. The barracks replaced the forum. This shift didn't happen overnight, but 69 CE was the turning point. From here on, legitimacy wasn't a legal principle. It was a military fact. You weren't emperor because you were declared one. You were emperor because no one dared to disagree. And once power came through conquest, it had to be defended constantly. Revolts increased. Plots multiplied. Commanders feared their own men as much as their rivals. Because the army wasn't just a tool of policy anymore. It was the arbiter of power. And emperors, even strong ones, ruled at their mercy. Rome still had laws, but they were written with swords and signed in blood. The rise of the military empire. Vespasian didn't inherit an empire, he won it, and that changed everything. He wasn't born into the Julio-Claudian line. He didn't charm poets, he didn't sparkle at feasts. What he had was different: grit, discipline, and the unsentimental loyalty of soldiers. And that's what Rome needed. After a year of chaos, Vespasian brought something rare: predictability. He paid the army, rebuilt the treasury, strengthened the provinces, restored stability. But make no mistake, his regime wasn't built on consensus. It was built on control. Vespasian kept the Senate, but only to approve what he'd already decided. He created a new bureaucracy, centralized power, put trusted men, often equestrians and career administrators, into key posts. He redefined what an emperor looked like. Not a prince, not a philosopher, but a general in command. He passed the role to his son, Titus, creating the Flavian dynasty. But even this inheritance now depended less on noble birth and more on the army's approval. From this point forward, Rome was an empire not of senators, but of soldiers. Legions became kingmakers, and emperors began to rule with one eye on the frontiers and the other on their own ranks. The shift was permanent. The Julio-Claudians had tried to rule with image, ideology, and legacy. The Flavians, and those who followed, would rule with boots and barracks. The empire became more professional, more efficient, and far more dangerous.
Because now Rome wasn't led by its ideals. It was led by its military engine. And like any engine, when overdriven, underfunded, or turned inward, it could explode.
Pax Romana, or a storm waiting to break? Rome had survived the chaos. The emperors changed, the Senate bent, the legions chose. But for nearly 2 centuries, from Augustus to the Antonines, the empire didn't collapse. It expanded. It thrived. This era, historians would later call the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. But what kind of peace was it? Because peace is not the absence of noise. Sometimes it's just the sound of a bootstep. Order, law, and the power web. By the 2nd century CE, Rome controlled territory from the moors of Britannia to the deserts of Arabia, from the Rhine to the Nile. Nearly 1/4 of the world's population lived under Roman rule, and to manage that, Rome didn't rely on gods or myths. It relied on systems. First came law. Roman law wasn't just a tool of punishment, it was a blueprint of society. Codified rules, courts, contracts, citizenship tiers. A Roman in Syria could appeal to the emperor. A merchant in Gaul had legal protections. A land dispute in Egypt could cite precedents set in Rome. This legal web gave the empire coherence. Then came infrastructure. Roads, bridges, aqueducts, harbors. More than 400,000 kilometers of roads stitched the empire together. Messages moved fast. Troops moved faster. If there was a revolt, a legion could be at the gates within weeks. The empire wasn't just vast, it was connected. But structure alone doesn't hold power. People do. And at the center of this power web stood the emperor. Not a king in name, but in function. He was the apex of a pyramid. Below him, a network of governors, prefects, tax officials, military commanders, all reporting upward. Loyalty flowed not through ideology, but through patronage, favors, appointments, access, and fear. Because while Rome prized stability, it feared independence. Governors were rotated frequently. Successful generals were recalled. No one was allowed to build their own empire within the empire. The goal was unity, but the method was control. Even the citizenship system reinforced hierarchy. True Roman citizenship came with rights, protection from torture, legal appeal, land ownership. But most of the empire lived as peregrini, non-citizens, subject to taxes, drafts, obedience. Over time, citizenship was extended for loyalty, for service, for usefulness, but always as a tool, not a right. And yet, for all this hierarchy, for all this control, life under Rome could be remarkably predictable. Cities flourished, trade boomed, local elites were absorbed into Roman culture, granted titles, roles, even places in the Senate. In return, they kept the peace in the provinces. It wasn't equality, it was a deal. Order in exchange for submission, law in exchange for loyalty, peace in exchange for silence. And for many, it was worth it. Because under Roman rule, you could farm without fear of raids, you could travel from Africa to Spain under imperial protection, you could worship your gods, so long as you didn't defy the emperor. To the world, Rome offered something rare, predictable power. But beneath that surface, there were cracks.
Tax systems, population, and provincial management. The Roman Empire was not held together by flags or statues. It was held together by resources. And the key to resources? Taxation. Rome's power didn't just march on sandals, it marched on revenue. To keep roads paved, legions fed, aqueducts flowing, temples repaired, governors paid, and borders secure, the empire needed money. Vast, regular, reliable sums of it. And that money came from the provinces. At the core was the tributum, a land and poll tax imposed on non-citizens. Citizens were largely exempt, especially in Italy. But outside the core, the system was complex and heavy. There were taxes on crops, on inheritances, on property transfers, harbor fees, customs duties, temple contributions, and, in emergencies, special levies. Collection varied by region. Some provinces used publicani, private tax contractors. Others relied on local magistrates. But the effect was often the same: pressure, abuse, arbitrary enforcement. The emperor demanded stability. The provinces had to deliver. And if they didn't, legions were never far behind. To maintain this system, Rome needed more than tax codes. It needed data. So came the census. Every 5 years in Rome, less regular in the provinces, but always looming. Households were counted, livestock tallied, land measured. This wasn't just bureaucracy, it was visibility. Rome wanted to know who owed what and how much they could extract before breaking the system. Because under the Pax Romana, peace didn't mean equality. It meant efficiency. The provinces were managed not for autonomy, but for output. Governors were appointed not just to rule, but to extract. They had military and judicial authority, but their performance was judged in numbers: grain shipments, tax revenue, order maintained. They stayed for limited terms, but the consequences of misrule could last generations. Some governors tried to build trust. They funded local projects, patronized temples, married into local elites. Others ruled with an iron hand. The difference often depended less on imperial policy and more on personality. Because Rome was too big to micromanage, it governed through expectations. Keep the grain flowing from Egypt. Keep the silver moving from Spain. Keep the soldiers recruited from the Balkans. And in return, you kept your job, maybe earned a triumph, maybe a statue, maybe even a seat in the Senate. But failure? Failure meant recall, or disgrace, or death. And so a quiet tension underpinned the entire system. The empire functioned beautifully from a distance. But at the village level, it often felt like pressure without mercy. Because the roads that brought Roman goods also brought Roman taxes. The laws that promised fairness also demanded tribute. And the peace that Rome bragged about? It was expensive. But for all its harshness, the system worked. Grain flowed, wealth grew, cities thrived. For now.
Peace by force. What was simmering beneath? To the casual eye, the Roman Empire during the Pax Romana looked unshakable. There were no major civil wars, no widespread famines. The roads were patrolled, the provinces managed, the frontiers fortified. Grain arrived, gold flowed, games were staged. Emperors came and went with rituals, not revolts. But look closer, and the cracks start to show. Because this peace wasn't passive. It was imposed. And anything imposed must be enforced. At its core, the Pax Romana was built on military pressure. Rome had more than 24 standing legions stationed across the empire, from the Rhine to the Euphrates. They weren't just border guards. They were symbols of presence, of punishment, of what happened if you resisted. Uprisings did happen. In Gaul, in Judea, in North Africa. And when they did, Rome responded with speed and severity. Rebellions weren't negotiated. They were crushed. Cities razed. Populations enslaved. Leaders executed. Peace, in Roman terms, didn't mean harmony. It meant silence after force. And the cost of maintaining that silence was rising. The army needed constant funding.
The bureaucracy expanded. The emperors grew increasingly paranoid, not of foreign enemies, but of internal collapse. Because Rome didn't fear invasion, it feared itself. Feared that another general might declare himself emperor, that the Praetorian Guard might switch loyalties, that governors might hoard grain or gold. And so trust eroded, surveillance increased, punishments grew harsher, and all the while the people, especially in the provinces, watched. They paid their taxes, saluted the eagle, but beneath the obedience was a question. What are we loyal to? To Rome? To the emperor? To the law? Or just to the fear of what happens if we aren't? Even in the heart of Rome, anxiety simmered. The emperors built bigger palaces, held grander games, expanded the welfare system, but none of it addressed the root issue, that the Pax Romana wasn't a piece of mutual trust. It was a piece of managed force. And force, no matter how efficient, can only hold so long. Because when loyalty is rented, when identity is imposed, when silence is enforced, then all it takes is one crack, one economic crisis, one succession dispute, one frontier breach, and the whole machine begins to shudder. It hadn't happened yet, but it would. Soon.
The final cracks. Rome had weathered invasions. It had survived assassinations, civil wars, and mad emperors. But by the 3rd century CE, the empire faced a different kind of enemy. Decay from within. Not loud, not theatrical, but constant. Economic decline, inflation, and social instability. For centuries, Rome had lived off expansion. Conquered lands brought gold, slaves, tribute. Each new province meant more revenue, more spoils, more glory. But by the 200s CE, there was little left to conquer. The borders were drawn. And suddenly, the machine had to run on maintenance, not momentum. The costs didn't shrink, they grew. More soldiers were needed to guard the frontiers, more administrators to manage bureaucracy, more grain to feed growing cities. But the inflow of wealth had slowed, and Rome didn't adjust. It debased its currency. Silver coins were mixed with cheaper metals. Values dropped, prices rose, trust collapsed. Merchants raised rates. Salaries lost meaning. Barter returned in many regions. And with inflation came inequality. The rich found ways to shield their wealth. Land, villas, influence. The poor? They starved. Urban unrest grew. Rural populations declined. Cities shrank. Abandoned buildings, collapsing infrastructure, waves of internal migration. To fix it, the state taxed harder, pressed the landowners, pressed the peasants, pressed everyone, except those with enough power to evade. Tax collectors became feared more than bandits. And as the state's grip tightened, its legitimacy frayed. Rome was no longer the bringer of law and order. It was a burden. In the provinces, loyalty became thinner. In the army, loyalty became for sale. Legions weren't just protecting the empire. They were choosing emperors again. Between 235 and 284 CE, Rome had over 25 emperors. Many ruled for less than a year. Most died violently. The empire didn't fall. It spasmed. And underneath it all, the economy kept bleeding. The Pax Romana was over, and in its place stood a hollowed empire, still large, still proud, but beginning to realize that peace built on power cannot survive without purpose. Christianity, Diocletian, and the last-ditch reforms. As the empire fractured economically, a new idea was rising. Quietly at first, then with fire, then uncontainably. Christianity. It had begun as a persecuted sect, mocked, feared, repressed. But by the 3rd century, it had grown beyond control. Because Rome had built an empire of roads and cities and trade. And ideas travel. Especially ideas that promise hope where the state brings only burden. Christianity spread through soldiers, merchants, slaves, housewives. It didn't require temples. It didn't require citizenship. It offered a kingdom not of this world, a promise beyond taxes, a loyalty beyond emperors. And Rome saw it as a threat, because the empire didn't care who you worshipped so long as you acknowledged Caesar. Christians wouldn't. They refused sacrifice, refused imperial cult, and that made them dangerous. Emperor after emperor tried to contain the movement. Some ignored it. Some punished it. Then came Diocletian, a soldier emperor, a reformer, a planner. He didn't want to persecute. He wanted to save Rome. But to save it, he had to redefine it. He saw the chaos, the inflation, the military coups, the spiritual drift. And he responded with something no Roman had dared before: reinvention. He divided the empire into East and West, appointed co-emperors, 2 Augusti, 2 Caesars, created the tetrarchy, rule of 4. Each man governed a region. Each had his own court, army, capital. Unity was gone, but function remained. He standardized prices, froze wages, issued an edict on maximum prices. It failed, but the attempt was bold. He restructured the army, increased bureaucracy, made loyalty to the emperor a sacred duty. And then he turned on Christianity. In 303 CE, Diocletian launched the Great Persecution. Churches destroyed, scriptures burned, clergy imprisoned, Christians tortured, executed, hunted. The goal? To restore Roman unity through purity, to eliminate what the gods disapproved, to reclaim the old rights, old strength, old certainty. But the world had changed, and the persecution didn't break Christianity. It amplified it. Martyrs inspired converts. Blood became scripture. Faith hardened. And Rome, instead of reclaiming control, found itself fighting a new Rome rising inside its borders. Diocletian had tried to freeze an empire in time, but history, like belief, moves forward. And soon, even emperors would kneel.
Splitting the empire, the beginning of the end. Diocletian had tried to govern an empire too big to manage. His solution? Cut it in half. Not in defeat, but in design. The empire was simply too vast, too many frontiers, too many threats, too many needs. No single ruler could respond to everything at once. So in 285 CE, Diocletian took the unprecedented step of creating a formal division, East and West, each with its own emperor, its own capital, its own bureaucracy, still loyal in theory, still Roman, but in practice, 2 empires were being born. The East, Greek-speaking, wealthier, more urban, anchored by cities like Antioch, Alexandria, and eventually Constantinople. The West, Latin-speaking, rural, under pressure from Germanic tribes, plagued by fading infrastructure and brittle loyalties. At first, the split seemed smart. It allowed quicker decisions, better defense, more focused governance. But over time, it exposed something deeper, that unity had already been a myth, culturally, economically, religiously.
The two halves of the empire were drifting apart. And when Diocletian retired in 305 CE, voluntarily, shockingly, his system fell into chaos. The tetrarchy collapsed into civil war, multiple claimants, shifting alliances, another cycle of blood and bargaining, until one man rose to power, Constantine. He reunified the empire, briefly. He embraced Christianity, decisively. He moved the capital from Rome to Byzantium, renaming it Constantinople. But even Constantine couldn't reverse the tide. After his death, the empire fractured again. And this time, the split was permanent. The East became the Byzantine Empire. It would endure for nearly 1,000 more years. But the West? It faltered. One emperor after another. One invasion after another. Rome, once the heart of the world, became a memory. And in 476 CE, when the last Western emperor was deposed, no armies marched, no gods wept. Because Rome hadn't fallen in a single night. It had drifted away from within, split by design, broken by time, replaced by something new. And in that silence, the world entered a different age, the Middle Ages. But echoes of Rome would remain, in law, in language, in legend, in every empire that followed, each claiming to be the new Rome. But there was only one, and its ending began the moment it split.
When Rome was no longer Rome. By the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was still standing, but only just. The economy was brittle. The army was stretched. The bureaucracy bloated. The emperors weak, disposable, often puppets of generals or foreign mercenaries. Rome, once a conqueror of worlds, now bribed tribes not to invade. And even that stopped working. The Goths, the Vandals, and the final blows. The cracks had been forming for centuries. Germanic tribes, Goths, Vandals, Franks, had long pressed against Rome's frontiers. Sometimes they raided, sometimes they were hired, sometimes they were invited in. But in 376 CE, something changed. A massive group of Visigoths fleeing the Huns begged entry into the empire. Rome allowed it, but treated them like animals. Abused, starved, extorted. 2 years later, the Visigoths rebelled. In 378 CE, at the Battle of Adrianople, they crushed a Roman army and killed Emperor Valens. It was a catastrophe and a warning. But Rome didn't listen. The empire kept fragmenting. Local rulers gained more power. Loyalty turned regional. And then, in 410 CE, came the unthinkable. The Visigoths, led by Alaric, sacked Rome, the eternal city, the symbol of empire, of order, of the gods, pillaged, desecrated. For 3 days, Rome, untouched by enemies for 800 years, was ravaged. The psychological blow was immense. The empire staggered on, but the magic was broken. In 455 CE, the Vandals crossed from North Africa. They sacked Rome again, this time worse. Even the word vandalism comes from this moment. Then came the death blow. In 476 CE, the Germanic general Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus. No battle, no bloodbath, just resignation. The Senate sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople, and that was that. The Western Roman Empire was gone, but the East, still alive, still calling itself Roman. But the Rome of Augustus, of Caesar, of Cicero, was gone,
burned, fragmented, and fading into history. Rome has fallen, or just changed its clothes. 476 CE. That's the date carved into textbooks. The fall of the Western Roman Empire. But history is rarely that clean. Rome didn't vanish, it morphed. Because even after the emperors were gone, the idea of Rome remained. The Senate still met, ceremonially. Roman law continued in adapted forms. Latin still governed contracts, church texts, intellectual life. More importantly, the infrastructure Rome had built, roads, aqueducts, cities, still framed the map of Europe. The new rulers, they didn't tear it all down, they moved in. The Visigoths in Gaul and Spain, the Ostrogoths in Italy, the Vandals in North Africa. They wore Roman clothing, minted Roman-style coins, adopted Roman titles. Many converted to Christianity. And that was the real transformation. Rome didn't fall, it became Christian. The empire that once crucified followers of Christ had, by the 4th century, made Christianity its state religion. And with the fall of the West, the church stepped into the vacuum. Bishops became civic leaders. The Pope became a new kind of Roman emperor, one of souls, not legions. And in the East, the empire survived. As the Byzantine Empire, centered in Constantinople, speaking Greek, ruled by emperors who still called themselves Caesars. They kept Roman law, Roman bureaucracy, Roman military structures for another 1,000 years. So what really fell? Not Rome's language, not Rome's systems. What fell was the illusion that a single city, a single emperor, a single army could hold the center. What replaced it was a network of kingdoms, of churches, of memories. And that memory of Rome, of law, of empire would shape Europe long after the last eagle standard disappeared. Rome didn't fall in a moment. It became the soil of what came next. The legacy, still alive in law, language, and toilets. Rome fell, but Rome never left. Because long after the legions disappeared, Rome remained in the details, in how we build cities, in how we name our months, in how we think about law, rights, infrastructure, even plumbing. Yes, plumbing. Because the Romans didn't just conquer the world, they connected it. They built roads straighter than modern highways, aqueducts that moved water across mountains, sewers that drained cities of millions, public toilets, central heating, glass windows, concrete. Much of it lost and later rediscovered, but the template never vanished. Law? Our modern systems, from France to Brazil, from Louisiana to Italy, trace their roots to Roman civil law. The idea that law is written, that contracts matter, that citizenship grants rights, that justice follows precedent. It all came from Roman jurisprudence. Language? Latin may no longer be spoken, but it echoes everywhere. Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian, they're all daughter languages of Rome. Even English, though Germanic, is half built on Latin roots. When we talk of justice, university, senate, military, civilization, we speak Rome. Even the way we tell time, January named for Janus, March for Mars, July for Julius, August for Augustus. The calendar we live by, Roman. The idea of the republic, Roman. The concept of citizenship as a civic identity, Roman. Architecture? Domes, arches, colonnades. Every courthouse, every Capitol building, every marble monument you see in Washington or Paris, Rome. Even the concept of a state religion, and later the separation of church and state, evolved from Roman experiments in belief and authority. And then, yes, the toilets. Because the Romans didn't see infrastructure as luxury. They saw it as identity, an empire that built for the future, even when the future forgot who had laid the stones. Rome's legacy isn't just in ruins. It's in how we think, how we organize, how we imagine power. It was a world that rose from marshes, became a republic, then an empire, then a memory, and now a foundation. You can tear down an empire, but you can't unwrite its story. And Rome wrote in stone.
Well, you made it. From mosquito swamps and wolf milk twins, to emperors setting fires, senators throwing chairs, and a city that ruled the world, then forgot how to rule itself. If Rome has taught us anything, it's this. Power is messy, glory is loud, and plumbing weirdly important. You've walked through 1,200 years of ambition, blood, betrayal, and, somehow, public baths. Not bad for a bedtime story. So, if your eyes are heavy now, that's okay. You've carried an empire, twice. Let history rest beside you tonight, not as a dusty lesson, but as a reminder. The world is always changing, and always kind of the same. Good night, fellow time traveler. Thanks for sticking around till the fall of Rome and beyond. And if you hear whispers in your dreams, don't worry. It's probably just Cicero, still talking. Sleep well. You've earned it.